Are you here, Robin? Hey, Reddy. Hey, Michael. Hey, Wonder. Christy. Quinn. Hold on. Matt. Pappy. Did you see what I named it? Bad Booger. Bad Booger. He goes ahead and puts it up there and doesn't tell anybody when it's going to be. Bad Booger. Oh no. Oh no. You're not allowed up here, kitty. Go away. There's a cat in my room. Hey, man. How are you? Welcome back, Matt. Go on. So we let a cat, because it had kittens, back in the house. Hey, Shane. Okay, before I get started on anything else, tonight we need to have a special prayer for a couple of people that have written to me, and they are having some serious issues. So, and one of them has actually been diagnosed with the same thing that took my sister's life. So, hey, Lisa. So tonight, when I get everybody in here, we will go ahead and everybody, if you would, get these people on the prayer list. Okie dokie. And let's all yell at Rick for not giving a date for his little get together. What a brat. Who invites you to a Booger camp out and doesn't tell you when? Rick does. Welcome back. Yeah, it says, oh, men's business. Oh, is that it? Okay. Okay, what if I uninvite all the males to mine? Of course, I won't do that. Hey, Mike, how are you? Welcome back, hon. I was part of that group once, Ryan. When I was working on the ambulance, they were actually, that's what they called themselves, the He-Man Woman Haters Club. He is, isn't he, Martha? Well, of course not, because you're not going to make it to any of them, Matt. Oh, mean. Just so mean. Fake news. Welcome back, Chris. Oh, you gotta tell him that, Quinn. If he comes back, you're gonna have to tell him that. That'll be funny. Okay, so here's what I wanted to tell you guys. You know, a lot of you guys told me that I should be writing a book with all my natural stuff, right? Well, I just got 2 books in the mail. One, someone sent me, I don't even know who sent it to me, but they sent me a book, a naturopathic book, and the other one my husband owned. He went ahead and subscribed to and ordered me this book. It was all natural stuff, you know, so I started reading it. And they do the same thing in every one of these books. Have you ever gone onto a website where they promise that this certain stuff cures, and they found, they got all these clinical studies, you know, so, and you want to go check it out, and then they turn around and they send you, well, hey, Jared, how are you? Welcome, hon. Then they send you this place where you have to buy something. You know, you've ever been to those channels? I mean, we're talking about, hey, Andy, we're talking about people that are sick, right? And they're looking for help. And they get sent to these channels where they have to pay for either an e-download or, an e-download or buy a book. Hey, Claire. Hi, sweetie. It just makes me angry. It really makes me angry, because what if it tells you nothing more than you already know? And you paid them $29 or $19.99 or whatever the case may be. But here's the argument that I have. Not one of these places and these people that give you the list of all the natural stuff will tell you that the normal over-the-counter stuff or what you're taking will cause more damage than good. And that's what I think, if I am going to write a book, that's what I'm going to write. Do not take this medicine if you're this natural medicine, or do not even eat the dandelion leaves if you're taking this, or this. Because they're going to go ahead and they're going to take this medicine, they're going to get sick, end up in the hospital, and the doctor's going to say, what'd you take? And, oh, well, some lady told me about taking this natural medicine. Well, yeah, about stuff about killed you. Well, guess what happens to that person that now, how do you think that person now looks at natural medicine? Okay? Sweet, Jared. Hey, Jared, are you up there to 1K yet? Hey, Kat. Welcome, hun. Sarah. No, rum cures nothing. Gabriel, somebody? Okay, so let's go check out Jared, guys, and Georgia Bigfoot. Well, hello there, welcome. There you go, guys. There's two of the channels one of the channels we were talking about. Let's go ahead and check out their stuff. You know, go to their icon, their avatar, go to their channel, say watch later, and then come back, and let's check them out. Oh, good, Mike. Yeah, and guess what's happening, guys? This is something else I was going to tell you. Last night, I got an email from the CDC, and the CDC is warning people about the dangers of colloidal silver. Okay, telling you that it causes all this damage. They are so full of crap. Okay, they're going to tell you that this stuff that's working is dangerous. The stuff that they're talking about is, number one, people that make it wrong, that don't know how to make it. Number two, they're talking about people that are taking the over amounts of too much colloidal silver in too big of particles. It has nothing to do with it. It causes your skin to turn blue, but that has nothing to do with the stuff that you're going to buy. Not even close. You could drink a full bottle of that every day and not have that problem. They're lying. Do not listen to them, please. Do not listen to them. I promise you, as God is my witness, I will never give you anything that I have not tried, tested, and proved. I will not. So if you get online and they're telling you all the dangers of it, you got to look at, I mean, even when you watch a video about, like a commercial about a new medicine, half of that commercial is about the side effects. But they're not warning you about taking that medicine. But they're so warning you about taking natural stuff. They're doing this on purpose. Do not listen. But if you're going to do the natural route and you have a specific problem, you have to contact me, because anybody who's contacted me knows I need a list of your medication, and I ask you all kinds of questions, and I don't just tell you to take something off the cuff. It's work. It takes work. And you got to do things systematically, okay? You can't just go out busting out taking all this stuff, okay? You really have to go slow, and then you try this stuff one at a time, and it slowly gets rid of the problem, not just masking the problems. That's what most of your medicine that you take from the doctor does. It just masks the problem. It takes care of the symptoms, not the problem. So I tell everybody first, the first thing you need to do is to stop drinking sodas, and don't take anything for, no statin drugs. And then you turn around. Thank you, Georgia. And then what you do is you have to pH balance your body. Those are what you work on first. And then as you're working on those, you start to notice that some of the other problems go away. But you do them slow. Hold on, I got to call a child. Is there any kids out there? Michael? Gabe? Lizzie? Somebody? You can't have that. That's not yours. No, kitty. No. That's not yours. That's spaghetti. You can't have it. No. Anyway, welcome back, Tommy. So I'm just telling you that they're gonna try to guide you away from anything naturopathic. They're gonna tell you the dangers of it and scare you, try to scare you. Hence the reason that most people, when they're given, Chev, you better behave yourself. Most people, all right, 120 parts per million is pretty strong, okay? So what you want to do is you want to break that in half. So put half of it in distilled water and the other half in distilled water, and that's 60 parts per million. Excuse me. And then you can take a tablespoon of it a day, period. You know, so, and that's it. That's if you want to maintain yourself. If you're sick, if you have issues, you got to talk to me about your issues first, because I'm not just going to tell you to take one thing and have that as a cure-all. There's no such thing as a silver bullet, okay? So, I mean, I know there's a lot of things out there that can cure some of the ills that we have, but it takes time. You need to go find something to do. Angel, go by your daddy. Go by your daddy. There's a cat sitting here. I wonder if I can show you the cat. Nope, you can't see the cat. Dang it. Anyways, yeah, if you have kidney or liver issues or something like that, or pH, you can do the lemon or lime water. If you have gallstones, lime water is the best. Lemon lime water, baking soda once a week. You know, to pH, make sure your pH balance is right. Uh-oh, cat's fighting. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this cat would eat anything, trust me. And we have a cat fight. First things first, like I said, no soda, absolutely zero soda. You cannot drink soda. It's what's in the carbonation that does the damage. Okay, so no soda. And if you're on any kind of statin drugs, get off them immediately. Immediately. And I don't care if they shut me down because of this. Okay? I don't care. They're dangerous. And the side effects are horrific. And the last thing is to pH balance your system. Get yourself some of those little pH strips. Pee on them every morning until you're where you belong. Okay? What's wrong with Robin? What'd I miss? Ooh, fighting kitties. This is to start your body on a healing path, Treva. No Mountain Dew, period, ever. As long as you live, no Mountain Dew. Kitty, you're not getting into this. Hold on, I'm gonna have to yell. Hold on 1 second, guys. Jay! Catfishing? No, I don't know. Will you please do something with this? She wants my food. She's trying to eat my spaghetti. Tell your dad to take care of his cat. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I love catfish. No, you can drink coffee. What's not going to work? Yeah, and then every once in a while you can switch up your coffee to dandelion tea, which tastes just like coffee. You know, there's things that you can do, but you do this slow, guys. You know, don't make it anything drastic because you'll fail at it. Except for the fact that you have to get off of soda. I mean, absolutely have to. Hey, Squatched, how are you? I'm so glad you're here. Welcome back, Blue. Good night, Rick. God bless. Ooh, hear him fighting? Hmm. Child. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, if I do slow mode, then you get to say two things and they time you out for 30 seconds. I hate slow mode. No, ready? No soda. Absolutely none. Yeah, back when I was a kid, I was addicted to Tab. Remember Tab? And because my mom was a Pepsi drinker way back in the day, and I couldn't stand. I could not understand how she could drink that. It was so sweet. It was nasty. But then my grandma used to drink Tab, and I did. Yeah, I think you did too, Quinn. And then that's it. You know, I just was addicted to it. Who's trolling, Matt? Well, I'm telling you, the damage it does to your body, you're not going to like. If you could see what damage it did, you would never drink it again. Just, I'm telling you, if you don't, if you want to start getting a little healthier, get off the soda. Well, I don't blame you there, Squatched. I love sweet tea, but I use xylitol. I know, Matt, I'm sorry. Yeah, he did, Mark. It was really good. Yeah, being off, trust me when I'm telling you this, guys, if you get off the soda, you're going to notice a difference. Get off of it for a few months and then go back to just try it. No, xylitol isn't dangerous. It's 100% natural, and there's no side effects to anything. Stevia is something good to use too. But I like xylitol much better than I do stevia, because stevia has an aftertaste and xylitol does not. What do you mean no? Well, I can't do anything about you guys that are non-compliant, but I'm just telling you, if you wanna be off the, if you want to help start getting your body a little bit better shape, and soda, you would not believe how much soda depletes your system of the water that you need, Squatched. Probably one of the reasons why you dehydrated so bad today. You have to have water without the bubbles. I don't know anything about them, Chev. Yeah, there's all kinds of other stuff that you can drink. Yeah, you can, Ramona. It's because of what the bubbles do to your system, Matt, and it's a dehydrator. I mean, it does pull the, it will actually pull the moisture out of your system. Oops, sorry. There's, there's just so much bad about soda, and it's mainly in the carbonation. Yeah, there's a lot of non-compliance. Aspartame is downright dangerous, and then they turn around and they said aspartame free, but if you read it, it says ascorbate, which is the same thing. Well, high fructose corn syrup is another reason why Americans are so overweight. Everything has it in it. One can of fizzy pop every once in a while isn't going to hurt anybody, Matt, but I'm talking about people that drink it on a daily basis, all day long, or even on a daily basis. But it's up to you. You can either listen to me or not. It's totally up to you. I promise you, I'm going to give you grief about the soda. Aspartame is deadly. Well, they had the red dye scare and then the yellow dye scare, but everybody's body, especially with the DNA mutilations that are going on with some of the foods we eat, everybody's system's going to apply differently or act differently. Hello, Bigfoot anthropologist. Yeah, it tastes like sugar, Christy. It's an acquired taste. You're welcome, Patricia. But I will tell you one thing, and this applies to absolutely everything. You know, everybody has cancer cells, right? And this is true. Most of them just aren't activated. They don't activate unless something causes them to. So there's a lot of things that you're ingesting, and they don't mix with each other, which in some people causes a cancer reaction. Some people causes an autoimmune response. Some people it causes an idiopathic response. Okay, and the reason the doctors can't figure out what it is because they won't go down to the microscopic view of and get down into the nitty gritty of what's actually going on with your body. They won't do that. They're going to look for symptoms. That's all they're going to look for, and then they're going to go into their background history and put two and two together and say, aha, it sounds like this, so this is what you have, and they stamp you with a disease. And if they don't know what that disease is, it's an idiopathic disease, and they put you in a category. Okay, well, wouldn't you rather find out what's causing the problem? So this is why I tell you guys to do certain things with your system. If you start these certain things and eliminate certain things, and all of a sudden certain pains go away, or headaches all the time, or something along those lines, or you get sick more often during the year, and all of a sudden you're not getting that, this is why. And if you'll listen to me, because I've been doing this for 30 some odd years, and I have told my family members and everybody that I know, and not a lot of people will listen because they don't understand what I'm saying to them. And I know you guys understand because you have you're not living with mama, okay? So me, it's just do as I say, not as I do, or do as I say and that's it. Whatever the case may be. They want to know why I can drink coffee and they can't. My grandkids drink coffee, I mean, I don't tell you that kind of stuff. What I'm telling you is everything in moderation, okay? Everything that you do should be in moderation. You won't have that many problems. I know, Christy, I get it. Yes, Robin, I'm very proud of you. If you start out slow, you guys, I promise you'll notice a difference. I promise you will notice a difference. And then if you have specific problems, we can work on those specific problems, because some of them could be related to just your diet. But the problem is, people get stuck in a rut. This is my favorite. I've been doing this, I've been eating this and drinking this all my life, and it's never bothered me. Well, yeah, you wouldn't have the medical conditions now if they didn't bother you. But that's what your system can do. Everybody's different, guys. And I'm just saying, this is why it has to be a one-on-one. There are wonderful, wonderful God-made things out there that can help us to heal our bodies. And I promise you 100% that most of the medicines the doctors are giving you are not even close to being something that is supposed to heal you. It is just supposed to stop the side effect. That's it. The symptom. And then you get all these extra side effects from them. Take PPIs, okay, which is the proton pump inhibitors for people who have stomach problems. The side effects to those are kidney failure. Yet people are willing to take it because it stops the pain. I'm in pain constantly. I mean, constantly in my stomach. But I'll take DGL, I'll take slippery elm. I'll go 3 or 4 or 5 days without any pain and just have other issues. But you can eat you can eat and drink beer. How can you eat beer? Our bodies were created the same, okay? They were created the same as far as how they work. They were wonderfully and beautifully made. But we have introduced stuff to our diets that have thrown our, especially if you look at some of the stuff they've added to our foods as experiments, right? Now they turn around and that starts, you take that as a young teenager, then you go, I'm talking about a female, then you turn around, you get older, then you have kids. Now that DNA is changed a little bit. The new baby doesn't know how to accept it. You know, now that causes problems. All these, yes, exactly, squatched. Everything that they've done first time, people have had multiple issues with the new drugs, the new procedures, but they don't post those, okay? They don't tell you that 1,000 people died taking the first, amounts that they gave them. Then they had to back it off and give people a quarter of it, right? And a quarter of it, instead of doing it what they planned it to do, now it does something else as a side effect, right? Now they'll patent it as that side effect, and that's what it was created for. You are a guinea pig. Okay? You are a guinea pig for these drugs. I promise you, as God is my witness, strike me dead if I'm lying or even altering. If you go back to square one and just start eliminating some of the things that your body does not handle, then you will start to feel better. Even if it's 1 out of the 5 issues you have. People that have had surgeries and back surgeries and busted bones and something, guys, I can tell you alternative ways to try to stretch or get rid of the pain with medications that's natural, but I can't do anything about those. Those are broken. Those heal, but I kind of like the keto diet, but I don't like anything that says diet on it, Treve. I just don't. I don't like anything that says diet because the word diet makes people stop. Yeah, I think we get purposely poisoned a lot of times. People don't know. But here's the other thing that makes this an epic fail for a lot of people. Most people that want to change their life, they're sick of taking the medications. They want to find a better way. Okay? Thank you, Mike. They want to find a better way. Their pharmacies won't pay. Their insurance companies won't pay for it. And if you go to a health food store, it costs twice as much as your medication for half the amount. People don't have the money to do that. So they'll stick with what the doctor gives them. Okay? And that's a problem. Like I said, Ryan, you have to call me tomorrow, and you have to call me. That's right. If it's a lifestyle change because you choose to make that lifestyle change, then it's something, a goal you're working for. But a diet says pass or fail, and it's an automatic. Well, I started this new diet. I mean, you can't do it that way. It's not good. If you want to call a diet a lifestyle change because that's the way you enjoy all the foods that quote unquote diet tells you to eat, then fine. Now you rename it to a lifestyle change. And that's all that you want to eat. But if you term it as a diet, you will fail. If you tell yourself you're going to lose 5 pounds in 5 months, you're going to fail. You're going to either do it wrong and gain it back, or you're going to have problems, side effect problems. Hello, Bigfoot Mama. Exactly, Ramona, and a lot of people do. And when they're given a diagnosis that most consider terminal, they will take anything the doctor gives them. It's out of fear, but God would not have put in the Bible, do not fear, 365 times if it was just a second thought. He's telling us to don't be afraid, don't let people scare us. You got to try other ways. You just don't go by what the doctor says. If I went to one doctor and he gave me a bad diagnosis, I'd go to another one. And I know my body. And if I'd say, you're crazy. Okay, Pappy. I would look up everything, every single symptom and everything going on, and I would see if they matched. If they didn't match, I'd blow him off. And I'd say, well, that's not it. It's got to be something else. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. If I was to actually write a book about this stuff, I'm telling you, they'd probably shut me down in a heartbeat because I'd be attacking every single one of these people that make those kind of comments. And I even write to the people that promise you, oh, this cures this and this cures that, and just spend $29.95 and I'll send you this book and I promise you it's life-changing. I write them letters. I write to those companies and I say, shame on you in big, bold letters. Shame on you for guiding people off wrong that way. Hello, AKA. Are your ears burning? We were talking about you. Oh, I see Dusty's home. She is driving really slow. See, there's the lights. Real slow. Hold on a second, guys. Just waiting for her. Hold on. Oh, I love purslane. One of my favorites. Oop, someone swore. I was just waiting for her to go in the house, guys.
Too late. shit on the ground.
Hey, well, a honk or something would have been nice. My bad.
Ooh, hey, hello guys, I'm online.
Is there stuff? Is there stuff out there still?
No, it's on the ground.
I'm sorry.
Wow. Okay. Alright, they're in the house now. Okay, sorry guys, I wasn't watching you, I'm watching them. She dropped a bunch of stuff outside. Okay, Bigfoot Mama, we'll start with what you were talking about, purslane. You know, purslane is one of the very few wild edibles that has protein in it. And it also has the fatty acids in it, which is also good. They're really good for you. And purslane is found everywhere. Just make sure that you know exactly what purslane is. Remember, it's the one that has the it has substance to it. It's not they have a look-alike that people mess with it all the time. So good stuff. Good stuff, Andy. Okay, Matt. Well, so purslane is something that you can actually... Hey, Chef and More, welcome. Well, thank you for stopping by. Have fun with your granddaughter. And whoever asked, Lizzie's doing fine. School starts on Tuesday. Yeah, Chef and More has her stuff usually on in the mornings, and I'm sound asleep, so if I'm sound asleep. Trying to go sound asleep. You know, you can look at purslane and some of the other wild edibles out there, the greens that are really high in vitamin A, which we don't get enough of anyway. So, and that's the brain health and the heart health and, you know, that kind of stuff. You know, we could get into that big time, but who else asked a question? If I answered your question, okay, Bigfoot Mama. Okay, sweetie, have fun. Enjoy your granddaughter. Is it safe for who? A lot of people take kava kava, but that doesn't mean it's safe for everybody. Statin drugs, I would suggest anybody that's on statin drugs to get off them ASAP. They're dangerous. No, Bella, out. Go by Papa. You can do better with oatmeal than you ever will with statin drugs. No, Bella. And I work with people all the time that are diabetics, you know, as to lifestyle changes. Some are willing to do it and some are not. You know, you can't stop, like I said, what they want to do. You can't stop most of the habits. Hey, Robin. Well, squashed oil of oregano depends on what you're taking it for, and also depends on whether it's the kind that's ingestible. I hope you're not taking oil of oregano that is just off the shelves, because that's not, you know, food safe. No, it's not true, AKA, and you know it. Ooh, a pool. I wish I had one. Bella, go. Out. Out. And do you guys remember me talking last week about having a slip and slide in the front yard? Somebody sent me a slip and slide. It came today. I don't know who you were I don't know who sent it, but I'm telling you, I was smiling from ear to ear. I could not believe that. I want to set that thing up, put some soap on it, put some water on it right before it gets dark out so the boogers have something to play on. Okay, Squatch, you got to find out why oregano does it to you. This is what I'm talking about, guys. You might be taking something, Squatch, that the oregano doesn't mix with, okay? And and you won't know that until you eliminate one. Okay, if you eliminate one and the other one works, it's because they didn't work together. You know how hard that is to find out? It's not easy. You have books. You have books on Audible. What, you wrote it, Robin? Well, look what you're doing. Here's Squatch. I'll give you a perfect example. If you're taking raw garlic and oregano at the same time, you're probably getting what I call herks. I don't know I mean, I can't say the whole. Oh, that's cool. I can't say the whole word because it does, I mess it up every time. But I just call it herks. And that is your body is all the toxins are coming to the surface, and it will make you feel like crap. And the heat is actually good in your body. When you start getting hot, from something that you ate or drank, that's your body's way of destroying certain things in your system that don't belong there. I can't wait, Pappy. But a lot of times that will happen. No, Treva, that's exactly what I was talking about. Andy, you've got stomach cancer? Yeah, well, you can actually have a slight allergy to certain things. But I'm very sorry, Andy. You know the death rate has dropped on stomach cancers. You know that, don't you? They found things that are actually working to cure. Yeah. Yeah, it's called a herx. And what happens is your body is overloaded with the toxins, and they come out causing all kinds of stuff. People get headaches. They break out in sweats. They break out in skin eruptions. They just don't feel right. They feel like they're coming down with a cold. Well, usually that's when you need to keep going because you're right at the end of that. Drink yourself a bunch of water and water and flush those toxins out of your system. But I've gone through that a couple of times. I thought once it was going to kill me, but it didn't. But boy, did I feel great for about a month afterwards. Statins cause all kinds of things. All you guys got to do is look up the side effects to statins. You can Google search it. I can give you the whole list here, but I'm trying to stop them from actually shutting down this channel. Because the more I talk about, the more... Here, there's some in here. In the refrigerator. They're cold. Close that, hon. Thank you. Yeah, to protect your kidneys. Okay, you need to find out the side effects of it. Yeah, hives can be for different reasons. Those hives usually mean a reaction. I'm not talking about hives when you're going through that herx. I'm talking about like pimples or red spots or something like that. They'll pop out. Those are the toxins trying to come out of your system. Okay, hives means an allergy. If you break out in welts or wheals, what we call welts or wheals, that is an allergic reaction. And that's why I tell you guys, whether it's the purslane or the oregano or the dandelion or whatever it is, put it on your fingers first. If you don't have a reaction to it, just put it on your lip. If you don't have a reaction after 15 minutes, then put it on your tongue. If you still don't have a reaction, put it in your mouth and then spit it out. Try these things before you do it because you don't want to find out the hard way. Well, that's a good idea, Robin. Yeah, you really need to look that up, Trevat. I'm telling the truth. They are really dangerous. That and soda are really dangerous. They're causing so much, and part of the problem with the sodas are with some of these medications that the chemicals in the sodas don't mix with the medication. The doctors are not going to tell you that. They're not going to tell you that. But they do ask if you drink soda, or they do ask if you drink certain things or eat certain things. Why? Because they know. I understand, Andy. Mayo Clinic. Is there any way that you can go to the Cleveland Clinic, Andy? I wish they would have caught my sister early enough, because I think she would have survived. You know, and I finally had to yell at her long enough to go down to the Cleveland Clinic, and by that time it was too late. Okay? So, and she did everything she wanted to do at the end. Everything. I don't want that to happen if you have a chance to survive. Okay? So, if you could get to the Cleveland Clinic, Mayo Clinic's one thing, but the Cleveland Clinic is completely different. You want to go to a perfect place, the Cleveland Clinic's it. You had a bad experience at the Cleveland Clinic? Well, Andy, you and I need to talk. Where you guys going?
I gotta run Devin somewhere. Somebody's giving me $20 for gas. This is cat food.
Good night, Chef. I hope you have fun, hon. Yeah, where there's a will, there's a way. And some people are more stubborn than others. I'm a cancer survivor. I survived cancer when I was pregnant with my daughter, and they told me that she was going to pass and I was going to pass. And now I'm looking at them telling me that there's a good possibility that I will get gastric cancer, and I'm fighting them tooth and nail. So I said, as God is my witness, before I leave this planet, I'm going to find a cure. So I am taking and experimenting with things that most people won't try to find out if it actually kills, you know, the bad cells. They haven't told me yet that I did have cancer, but they told me that that was the next step. I cannot get rid of this H. pylori so far, and H. pylori is one of the main reasons that people get gastric cancer, is H. pylori. And now that my GERD is acting up worse than it was before, there's something that I'm not doing and I can't figure out what it is, so I have to start back. Now, see, Squatched, I can't take red clover. So, yeah, red clover and I don't get along very well. But thank you very much, Squatch, because there's a lot of stuff out there. I mean, a lot of stuff out there. And as far as I know, the people that are being cured from any kind of GI cancers, any kind, from esophageal to gastro, which is stomach, to intestinal cancers, is coffee enemas. That's one thing. That's one thing that they have said over and over and over again. That has helped people. That and high doses of vitamin C, but high doses of vitamin C in a way not like you can buy from the grocery store and take it and put it in your stomach. There's another way, and it is a doctor has to do it. So it has to be an IV type thing. So where there is a way, and they also said that my sister's husband was cured of liver cancer with colloidal silver, you know, and he also had Hep C. So let me tell you, there's stuff out there that works. How did who get whose address? My address, Robin? To send me the slip and slide? I'd like to know that myself. There's got to be somebody that already has my address. Which is very few people, so I think I can kind of whittle that down to who I think did it. But I won't say anything though. But I have a hunch I know who did it. Anyways, I can't wait to try it. I think it's going to be hysterical. I would love to put it out there. Get it all soapy wet and see what happens. Uh-huh, sure they did, Squatched. So, seriously, guys? Yeah, in some cases, Chev. But here's the deal. It's not the CBD that's going to slow down the cancer. Hey, Rhonda. Welcome, hun. Yeah, I know, Andy. Well, like I said, you can call me, Andy, and we can talk. I'd love to talk to you about that. I have some ideas. I don't know if they'll work or not, but you can put that before your doctor if you'd like to. But there's some ideas that I have. I know when I was talking to a friend of mine who's a naturopath who also has an MD, she told me about the Laetrile, and don't forget, Laetrile is not a silver bullet. It does turn into cyanide in your stomach once you mix, and that's basically apricot seeds, which is illegal, by the way, to buy. That's why I also suggest that you tell your children not to eat a whole bunch of apples have the seeds in it. Tell them not to eat the seeds. And I mean, it takes a while to do that, but I know a lot of kids that eat the seeds with the apples, and that can cause problems later on in life because those apple seeds turn to cyanide in their body once it gets into and mixes with the hydrochloric acid. So anyway, I believe it's the THC actually that is helping people through the cancer. I think it's the THC. I don't believe it's just the CBD, and I'll tell you why. The terpenes that's in them, it has to be a certain level to let's just say, slow down the growth rate of certain things. Now, if you have other stuff that you take with it to fight off or to kill bad cells, you got to be careful just to kill the bad cells and not the good cells. Because if you kill both, like in chemotherapy, you leave yourself open to infection, which is the secondary infection, which is usually takes people's lives during these bad times. So, there's got to be a way. And my brain is on overdrive. And that's one of the things that I'm doing serious research on, and I'm telling you, there's got to be a way. Yeah, well, Jamie, I tried 3 different kinds of CBD, and it did nothing for me. Nothing. One was 300 milligrams, one was 900 milligrams, and the other one was 1,500 milligrams. And they did nothing. Yeah, oatmeal is really good. Oatmeal's really good. Cherry extract is good too, because that's where you're getting the vitamin C that you need also, and the vitamin A. And as far as the turmeric, how much turmeric you take in a day? Oh my, Squatched, you're gonna freak me out. $800 milligrams of turmeric a day? Okay. Well, so you taking them, are you taking it 3 times a day, once a day? How many times a day are you taking it? And you're taking 800 milligrams in a day or at a time? They love playing with you, Squatched. I have no idea, Rhonda. I have not seen Boo in a while, and it's heartbreaking. Yeah, without the black pepper, Andy, it's not chelating. In other words, it's not absorbing. So I'm pretty sure if they gave you turmeric, they gave you the cucurnum with the berberine or the black pepper, correct? Okay. So, do you ever, oh, I can't, see, Ginger doesn't like me at all. I mean, not at all. There are very few things that irritate my skin, and one of them's Ginger. Put it in your food too? Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things. That's why I said, Andy, if you can, you need to call me. Because I can give you a couple of other things too, I've been doing heavy duty research since my sister, and since I started to come up with all these stomach problems. So, if you would, email me, and let's get together and talk if you want. Because there's a whole bunch I totally get where you're at, 100%. I am right there. I get it. Good night, Robin. God bless you too. Thank you, Ramona. You're going outside, Squatch? Well, go on. Get. And go live if you got something going on. If they get real active, go live. We'll jump on. What a weird channel, huh? My biggest prayer, guys, is for nobody to suffer anymore. I don't want people to suffer. And I don't want you to have to suffer with something. Pam, how are you? I don't want people to suffer needlessly with something that they're taking that they don't have to take. Let's put it that way. If there's a way to go around it to make it easier, that's what I want to do. So if you have a problem, you need to email me. You email me, and I promise you I will get back to you. It might take me a little bit because I'm working with a lot of people, but I don't want anybody in that position. And definitely, Andy, I'd like you to call me. If you'll email me, I'll give you my phone number, and you can call me, and we can talk. It is, Tracy. I can't handle it. It makes me cry. Night, Rhonda. Bless you, hon. Right, so you need a lot of sublinguals, Andy. And that's one of the things we'll talk about. The sublinguals will actually get into your system before they hit your stomach. So you will absorb the vitamins. Yeah, my absorption's horrible. That's why most of the stuff I take, I have to leave sitting in my mouth to absorb. And then a lot of my stuff is liquid, and that's why. Because the longer you leave it in your mouth, the more you absorb. Hey, sissy. Welcome back, hon. your mouth has a lot of vessels to pull all of those vitamins and minerals in. When you're doing your colloidal silver, you put it in your mouth, you swish it around for as long as you can, then you swallow it. You know, you just don't drink it. You know, you have to put it in your mouth and leave it there. A lot of your stuff, they have the melts, the turmeric melts that you can put in your mouth and just let dissolve. You know, there's a lot of stuff that you can take like that. No, no one's born to suffer, Andy. No one's born to suffer. I mean, I understand biblically what that means, but it's not what you think. And it's definitely not like this. Like I said, Andy, I'm a cancer survivor already. And you want to talk about some other stuff, I can tell you some other stuff too. But I totally get what you're saying. Okay, Trippa. Okay, real quick, what I want to do is, yeah, well, I don't have red here. And I've got apparently a pretty high pain tolerance. But I want to ask a real quick question to those of you that plan on coming in September. I'm going to try very hard to make sure that this is the way it's this is the way that it actually is. But I contacted someone in Falk, and they said that the city has given permission to a group of people that are supposed to be there for an entire week, and that would put them in our spot until Saturday. So my question to you guys is, do we still want to do it at that time and just move spots? I can't tell you exactly where we'll move to because I only know that one really good spot. Or do we want to put it off a week and go the following week? You guys tell me, because it doesn't matter. We'll find a way one way or another, but I need to know from you guys that are definitely coming. That's Ramona and Claire and Pat, and I know Christy and Scott aren't coming. They can't come because of work. Joe's coming. I don't know who else is coming, but I need to know from you guys. Hey, Bob. I didn't think you were going to, silly. Andy, I get what you're saying. How you doing, sir? You got to get me that email address that you promised me, Bob, because I need it. Oh, boy, I've been searching. Good night, Shadow. God bless. Yeah, he was earlier. Tony, are you still here? Yeah, those are sublinguals. Yeah, on the head. Popped on the head. Okay, Ramona. Cam wouldn't go. Yeah, I have to think about everybody else because I don't, what my problem is there's a perfect place. It has everything right there close by, and it's also, there's a nice little path, trail that you can go up, that you can see the, oh, cool, Bob. There's no way, I mean, you can see all the tree breaks and bends and stuff like that, and you get a lot of activity. But if we go on the other side, I don't know what's over there. I've never been over there. I don't know if it rains, it's going to get flooded. I don't know anything. I know that area, and that's also where they said they were going to put the hookups for the RVs. Now, if that's Fouke, Arkansas, Brandon, down there at Smith Park. Anyway, but if these people are going to stay there till, if these people are going to stay there until, you know, I mean, for 7 days, that means they're going to be there on Saturday. If I get there Thursday, if we all get there on Thursday, you know, we'd have to wait until they left on Saturday to get down to that area. So I haven't decided yet. I have to call to make sure that they're still leaving on Saturday, but I also thought to plan ahead and ask you guys if we moved it a week later than the 12th, the following weekend, then that would work, because there's nobody that has asked for that area. In other words, they haven't contacted the city and asked them. But apparently these guys went to, you know, them and asked them permission to stay there for a week. But they're taking the best spot in the park. Hey Gator, hi sweetie. Yeah, I'm always there, Cat. I go every year. But this one's in September, so. Well, they do, when they're going to have whatever group it is, they apparently ask for permission. And so, to stay there for that long, because I believe in that park, they don't want squatters, you know. Okay, Ryan. The week after sounds better, Pat? Why don't they just show me a stupid August? Month. Okay, hello. Alright. Excuse me. Alright, so we were planning on the 12th, 13th, 14th, and leaving the 15th. But if we go the 19th, 20th, 21st, and leave the 22nd, and Ramona can't go, yeah. Andy, are you going to try to text me? Are you going to try to contact me? Yeah, we're going to Fouke, Arkansas in September. Like I said, there's quite a few people that are going. I just want to make sure that they can go. Andy, please don't give up. Please, 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 please email me. Guys, we have other people on here too that have cancer that aren't saying anything about their cancer. So we really need to bring everybody that's in this chat on in prayer. I mean, big time prayer. I would love to say I could do some fasting, but I do that anyway. I don't eat, so I'll have to fast something, but I will. I'm sick and tired of cancer. I'm sick and tired of it. It's a man-made disease. God did not create it. And I want it to end. So we really need to say some specific prayers for these people. Yeah, we'd like to, we would like to go to Fouke, Arkansas, and stay there. Thank you, Sissy. I mean, I don't know what it's going to take, because all these people that are creating the cures for cancers, they're getting killed and stuff. This is stupid and ridiculous. Well, this is what I'm getting at, Shane. We were supposed to go the 12th, 13th, 14th and leave on the 15th. That was the date we're supposed to go. But if I find out these people are going to stay there, we won't be able to get to that area until Saturday, which is the 14th. So if I make it for the week after that, it'll be the 19th, 20th, and 21st, and we leave on the 22nd, which is a Sunday. You know, if we do it that way, there won't be any groups there. You know, anybody else who shows up, they show up, and we can't do anything about that because it's a public place, right? But if they have a big group there, and I mean, they have a big group there, it's like 30, 45 people, up to 50 people, they said, that's not going to be too fun, you know? And maybe it has something to do with the Fouke monster, or maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I didn't ask them. All I know is it's a group that's going to be there from Saturday to Saturday. And that in that spot, my spot, the spot that I was at before. And I don't know enough about the area to go someplace else. You know, I mean, unless somebody else does and we can go someplace else, that's fine. But otherwise, I'm thinking if we'd put it off the week later, we'd be able to go down there and be in that spot. But I'm not sure yet. Northeast Arkansas, but Fouke is Fouke is the southeastern corner, or southwestern corner, I mean, of Arkansas. Yeah, but they also said that the Legend of Boggy Creek, that one had 3 toes, and the ones that we saw there, it was 5 toe. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's really on the, yeah, it is. Hey, Tony. There you go, Tony. I mean, there you go, Bob. Yeah, it's beautiful down there. AKA, we call that D, we call her Gator. Okay. So speaking of turmeric, I have to, aw, Bob, make me cry. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. I gotta go take my turmeric, so hold on. They're sublinguals. Yeah, a lot of people do. The only thing I don't... I don't see any three toes either. Turmeric, Bob. Turmeric. You're so silly. Oh, this needs to stop. This has been going on for 3 solid days. Anybody who doesn't understand GERD and coughing, all you gotta do is Google it. When that stuff comes up your throat, it itches, it burns, and you cough like crazy. What did Tina say? What did I miss? Ant, you're gonna die. Yeah, I'm a survivor too. And I even had I agree with that, sissy. No, they don't make turmeric donuts. You're bad, AKA. There's lots of things that can cause coughing. Congestive heart failure can cause coughing. GERD can cause coughing. Upper respiratory infection can cause coughing. There's a lot of things that can cause coughing. But you got to watch where it's caused from. I don't usually cough until I lay down and my GERD starts acting up. And but this, what I've been going through for the past 3 days, I've been on the heating pad most of the time. My stomach hurts really bad, and the GERD has been horrible. See, see what I mean? It comes up my throat, and I mean, it burns like nobody's business. I mean, burns. So I just took my turmeric, and I'll wait 20 minutes and take my DGL, and hopefully this will calm down. I don't drink milk or anything that causes any kind of, phlegm. My nose isn't running, my ears aren't plugged. I mean, it's nothing like that. This is from my GERD, and how I can tell is my stomach starts hurting real bad, and then I can feel it going up my throat. Yes, Pam, they do. Yeah, well, asthma's curable. Allergies really aren't, but asthma's curable. Ramona, look up black seed extract. Yeah, well, you can get rid of that cat with garlic and onion and honey. Yes, they do. Hey, Tiffany, how are you? Yes, black seed extract. Paw de Arco, too, but, yeah, Gator, it hurts. It burns really bad. And I don't know what's causing it. Because I've changed nothing. So remember I told you I go through stages, and I've been rebuking this, and I didn't think anything else of it, but I went to lay down and I had a dream. Yeah, I wish, Bob. I had a dream that I was really sick, and my husband took me to the doctor, and the doctor told me to go to the hospital to get some tests done. And I went to the hospital, and he told me that I had esophageal and gastric cancer, and that I had a month to live. And I went home, and I was like, well, there you go. Hey, Joe, you didn't answer the question. Hey, Al Brown, how are you? Sorry I missed your live, hon. Yeah. Joe. Ooh. Hope it's all gone. Anyway, so honestly, guys, I don't know if the dates will change. I'm gonna ask around, make sure I don't hurt anybody's feelings or mess things up. But I just don't want to get stuck with us standing around not knowing where to go. When I plan things, I like to plan it well. And I do my research to make sure everything's gonna work out. And that's a monkey wrench. If they're gonna stay till Saturday, that's a big monkey wrench. I'm going to beat him like a red-headed stepchild. Anyway, so I want to put that. I want to put that slip and slide out there now so bad. Yeah, Brown, don't worry about your interview with Carrie the other night. We could still hear you. I mean, we've been on many of them that have been broken up. Ooh. Okay. You know how to reach me, Bob. 50th wedding anniversary. Oh, Ramona, it'll kill me if you're not there. Hey, Tater. Hey, sleep is good. I wish I could go to sleep. Welcome back, Matt. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, Bob. Really happy to hear that for you. Praise God. How you doing, Chev? Yeah, I'm going to call them at the end of the week to make sure Pam's leaving. Good night, Pam. I miss you, kid. Don't you give me well nothing. How you been? Yeah, I know, right, Tater? Brown's doing a roll call. Did you see that? Oh, I know all about it, Chev. That's cute, Gator. Yeah, it's been a long week for me too, Chev. I'm hoping tonight I get some sleep. I really need some sleep. And I mean some good sleep. Not this tossing, turning, throwing up garbage. What'd you eat, Matt? Send some rain my way, Brown. Ooh, BLT sounds good. I hear you, Ramona. Well, now you have my number. I don't know, Blue. I'm listening. I do too. I mean, I am just dragging. I mean, I know this heat has a lot to do with it, you know, because it's just so hot up here. I'm uncomfortable. But, my stomach is just going crazy. Yeah, and lately, what my husband's done, hold on. No, not really, cat. They like knocking on my window. Smith Park, Pam. I know, right? Okay, Claire. My mom used to get pleurisy a lot, and I'll tell you two things that worked really well for her. And one is called astragalus. Astragalus. I'll spell it for you, okay? Astragalus. Quiet, Matt. Did you get that, Claire? Astragalus. Astragalus. Thank you very much, Martha. That's number one. And two is the chaga mushrooms. Those two right there. And if anything, and you can do the turmeric too, you can do the garlic capsules too, but what you need, yeah, I heard that too, Chef. But what you need to do is you need to take down the inflammation. The inflammation is what's causing the pain, the rubbing. So, yeah, Bob, you're funny. Chaga, yes, chaga and astragalus are the two best ones for pleurisy because they work the best at taking down that inflammation the fastest. So my suggestion also is, of course, I do the oils in the vaporizer or the infuser, whatever you want to call it, at night. But you might want to put some, you know, those little containers that you put in a closet that takes out the moisture. Those things right there used to cause my mom to get pleurisy. I don't know how that happened, but that's what they told her, to stop using those because she had those all over her room. It's not asparagus. I wouldn't put it in a nebulizer. I would put it in a vaporizer or humidifier or those things that you put on the side that just, you can put your little oils in. I don't use them, so I don't know what they're called. Damp rid, that's it, Ramona. And they told her to stop using those because she had them all over her room. But she would get pleurisy all the time. And I know that I had to roll a towel and put it underneath her shoulder when she slept. She'd lay it on her side, the opposite side of where it hurt, and then she'd roll back on the side that hurt on that rolled towel and would help her. Yeah, mine's actually called a humidifier. It's perfect, Brown. Yes, Ramona, an oil diffuser. Well, people use oil diffusers with people that have problems like that too. So, my favorite is the absolutely hot box. It works the best if you put herbs in it. I don't know what you bought, Claire. But if you buy those two, I promise you, you'll get some relief. What? How do I know? Why? Go ask him. Close my door first, or get the dog out of here. Yeah, steam doesn't help, but I love them though. I'd love to fill my room with steam and eucalyptus and peppermint and pau d'arco and go to sleep. Oh my goodness, I love it. Well, if you get those two clear and get him started on it, I promise you he'll get some relief. Matt, knock it off. You're such a rugrat, I'm telling you. Oh, my stomach hurts. Please, for the love of God and everything holy, stop hurting. What, Tater? You have a humidifier? No, I get most of my B vitamins in the foods that I eat, but what are you putting in it? Ouch. Let's see. Well, do you have any peppermint, Claire? Oh, yes, exactly, Tater. frankincense, peppermint, colloidal silver. That's what I'd be putting in it. Yeah, well, remember, if you have stomach problems, those are the ones that don't absorb. And B vitamins are water soluble, so they're the least likely to absorb. So you need the sublinguals. And so that's why I take the stuff that I can, like the foods I eat, because most of them, yes, food grade. Most of them you chew up in your mouth. You chew, if you chew properly, you'll get a lot of that in your system and then swallow. But there's no point in taking B vitamins if you have stomach problems, because they're not ever going to absorb. By the time they get there, they're going to run right past you. If you're going to take B vitamins, my suggestion is you take B vitamins that are liquid or sublinguals, especially if you have stomach problems. Because everybody that has stomach problems or absorption problems has B12 deficiency. Ooh, I love watching Jaws. Okay, Ryan, good night. God bless. We love you. Uh-oh. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, well, you must have insurance, Ramona, because without insurance, you can't afford a B12 shot. All you gotta do is look it up how much they cost if you don't have insurance. Hey, Jules, how are you? Okay, well, put the, go ahead, put the distilled water in, put a 2 capfuls of silver in, 4 drops of eucalyptus, and leave the room fill first. Is he in his own room, or she? I'm good, Jules. How are you, sweetie? You can get frankincense. I get everything at either Mountain Rose Herbs. I like Mountain Rose Herbs, but they can be expensive. But, yeah, you could make a fortune, Matt, because you have a forest full of eucalyptus. Anyway, or Amazon. But make sure you always buy food grade, guys. Do not get the other stuff. It's too harsh on your skin. They won't tell you that, but when you buy those oils from like Walmart and places like that, because you're supposed to put them and make your house smell good, those irritate your lungs. They can irritate your skin. I wouldn't do that. I would buy the food grade from places like Mountain Rose Herbs or Amazon if you write in their food grade, and that way you can use them in your nebulizers, in your diffusers and stuff like that, and it won't irritate your skin or your lungs. See, this is also what I'm trying to tell you guys when it comes to the stuff that they don't tell you when they sell them to you. They don't tell you that. They need to start telling people that. Exactly. Most say aromatherapy only. That's right. And, or mix with an oil. Thank you, Sissy. I love Mountain Rose Herbs. I love Mountain Rose Herbs. But a lot of stuff I'll get on Amazon because you can buy the food grade. But if you ask Mountain Rose Herbs for theirs that are food grade, they will send you to a section that's just food grade. They will also explain to you how to use them. Ooh. Well, not all bay leaves are actual bay leaves. So you got to be careful. They just got St. John's wort up there. 2 capfuls. It also depends on the size of the cap. So I would say 2 capfuls equals close to about a teaspoon. You're welcome, Claire. Really try to get him the anti-inflammatories, turmeric with pepper, the astragalus, the chaga. The chaga mushroom is awesome. You know, he can mix it with stuff, drink it, take it capsules, anything. But you really want to get him started on it because that will take away the pain. The pain is the most important part of that. But it's an anti-inflammatory which will take it down. Are they all food grade, Ramona? I've never even heard of Essential Depot. But Mountain Rose herbs I've been buying for years. I have never once, AKA, where is Martha? Martha, we have another Joe on our hands. Excuse me. Thank you, Ramona. I appreciate it. Okay. I have never bought anything from Mountain Rose Herbs that was outdated. I bought stuff from Amazon that was outdated. I bought some from other herbal companies that were outdated. You know, you have to make sure when you first get it in, you look at the dates and immediately contact them and tell them it's out of date and send it back. Even if they say, oh, well, it's got a 5-year shelf life. I don't care. I want the newest, and send it back. But I've never had that happen at Mountain Rose Herbs, ever. Are you going bye-bye, Shane? And Jamie? Or whoever else is leaving, good night. God bless you. We love you. And don't forget your prayers. Prayers move mountains, guys. They move mountains. We have plenty of people that can tell you that they do. Exactly. Well, hello, Strangeland. Welcome. Mountain. Yeah, you can drink aloe juice, but you got to be careful you're not allergic to it. Always make sure that you try it first to make sure you're not allergic to it, because some people actually are allergic to aloe. Yeah, I drink aloe. I make aloe gels and stuff. Oh, yeah. Again, to those I have promised the medicine cut bottles to, I have not gotten out of this house. Okay, Shane. I have 5 things that I have to mail, and I have not been able to leave this house. And I can't send somebody else to do it. Hello, Zeke. Welcome. Not sure that we've had any activity tonight. People have heard stuff, but I wasn't so much, I don't know, I wasn't thinking about activity to tell you the truth tonight. We are talking about people with diseases. But you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised what happens here. Good night, Becky. God bless you, hon. I'm glad you made it. And I will try to answer your email tonight, Becky. Yeah, I haven't heard anything tonight. Okay, Brown. Night, Tommy. Prayers for Tommy, guys, also, please. Is there anybody out there? Hello? Yeah, I made some really, really, really good lotion. Oh my gosh, it came out fantastic. I used vitamin E, coconut oil, aloe, and a couple other items, and oh my gosh, my skin feels like silk. I'm great. Zeke, how are you? Jules, you're funny. It's nice to see you here, Jules. You've been doing okay? Yeah. If you drink aloe, if you have any kind of stomach issues, a lot of times it'll calm your stomach down. If you're a smoker, it's a good thing to drink aloe juice a couple times during the day, because what it does is the aloe also has some good medicinal properties to it, and so when you drink it, when you swallow it, it also helps the esophagus. So there's both. Yeah, that's a lot of what I sent you. Uh, that's what was in that too, Sissy, was vitamin E and coconut oil. Sure, go ahead, Trevor. Yeah, mostly what I gave you, Sissy, had vitamin E and coconut oil in it. Yes, they do. Thank you for telling them, Ramona, because that's the truth. No, don't drink the plant. Oh, Zeke, I'm in Arkansas too. Yeah, all we ever did, Ramona, is we took the outside out. We used the gel on the inside. We mixed it and we used it. That's all. Yeah, that's why that's why you drink the aloe gel, Tater. Yeah, you can drain it out easy. Okay, you just I just totally lost half of my chat. I can't even, what? I missed half of what you guys are saying. Somebody say it again. And I can't even tell you when. Yeah, I don't ever use, if I'm going to use an aloe plant that's outdoors, I cut it in half and I stick the inside, not the outside, on a cut or a sore. If I'm going to drink aloe, I'm going to buy it from the store, okay? I'm going to buy it that's got the aloe because I've never made my own. Zeke the Geek. Yeah, because I don't know enough about making them to tell you, but I will tell you that because I don't, I will only buy the stuff that's made, and I will use the aloe plant out there in the wild. I'm still waiting for the question about the vitamin E. Hey, Frank. How are you, sweetie? It's nice to see you. I hope you're okay. I've been praying and praying and praying. Ooh, I love fast sassafras. Oh, you guys are going too fast. Oh my gosh, you're going too fast. Somebody asked me about vitamin E. Ask that question again. Whoever asked questions, repeat it because it just I can't see it. What are you sorry for, Matt? Treva, yes, you can have dry vitamin E. Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. It's great for the heart. Great for the heart. Yes, vitamin E is, yes, dry vitamin E is just as effective. Absolutely. Now, somebody else asked a question. I missed that too. Oh, yeah. I wish I can find sassafras here, Squatched. I can't. I have looked. I have looked. I love lima beans. They just don't like me. But I love lima beans. Oh, my goodness. Yes, Brandon. Vitamin E is good for the heart. Oh, my goodness. That'd be awesome, Squatched. Yes, remember, guys, vitamins A, D, E, and K are fat soluble. B's and C's are water soluble, which means they don't last long. Anything that's fat soluble vitamins, they can build up in your system, so you have to be careful how much you take. Do not start taking a whole bunch. If you guys want something that's good for your heart, Brandon, take CoQ10. CoQ10. Oh, absolutely, Shane. Absolutely. I don't ever suggest anybody takes iron pills. Ever. Ooh! Oh, you can have all kinds of have all kinds of problems with iron pills. I don't ever suggest anybody take iron pills unless the doctor has told you exactly what your levels are. You are 100% better eating stuff that is high in iron content than taking it. I promise you that. Iron is dangerous in large quantities, and they won't tell you until you have the opposite side effects. Cool, Squatched. I can't wait. Yeah, but what they have to do is they have to monitor you for your iron levels. Boy, that owl was really close. Ginkgo biloba is okay, but it's another one that does not mix with other medications. Do not take ginkgo biloba if you're taking any kind of antihistamines or any kind of tricyclic antidepressants, anything like that. Okay, I just missed what somebody said before. Squatched in Alabama. Me something, I don't remember. I can't see what you said. Claire, you sound like me. Oh, okay. For your liver, what's wrong with your liver? When the chat goes this fast, I can barely catch them. So if I haven't answered somebody please do it like Tater just did and copy paste so I can read it. I'm sorry, but I can read 4 people, 3 people at a time. A lot of meds cause constipation, yeah, because your bodies they're not used to it. It doesn't belong there. Good night, Zeke. Thanks for coming back, hon. Why, what, Brandon? Good night, Pappy. God bless you. Love you, love you, love you. Well, you probably are, Matt. Oh, me too, Squatch. I can't get it here, though. Do they know why your spleen is enlarged? Was it from an accident? Was it a trauma that caused the enlarged spleen? Because they outdo each other, or they can cause damage to organs, Brandon. Because they don't sell it here anymore, Squatched. Even at the I went to 2 places that were just meat markets, and they don't sell the liver anymore. Which one, Claire? For the stuff you're putting in the humidifier, or for the vitamins and the chaga? I do too, but they won't sell it here anymore. I can't buy it anywhere. Baby beef liver. I used to make liver and onions all the time. I don't know. They tell you not to eat it because of all the hormones in it, and I think that's why they stopped selling it in most places. You can get them at Walmart that are about 2 inches thick and are rubber, you know. I mean, and I wouldn't touch it because when you thaw them out, they're already green. I love liver and onions. I make the best liver and onions on the planet. Okay, Travail, you're somebody else I need to talk to too. Yeah, Arkansas is supposed to be where there's a lot of good food, but they're not. Hey Brian, how are you, hon? Well, yeah, you just can't, like I said, you can't get hardly anything here. I could get it when I was in Florida. I can get it when I was in Ohio. But here in Arkansas, I can't get anything. Yeah. Brandon and Trayvon, you guys need to contact me. Honestly. Ooh, Steelers? That used to be my favorite team. Nope, Cat, I already tried that. Trevor, you need to contact me. My email address is ddjs2000@cox.net. Email me and we'll talk. Oh, I would love that. Yes, I want you to, Brandon. You know, I had a lot of people in my family that could not stand liver. The smell made them sick until they tried my liver and onions. And they actually ate it. The kids actually ate it. They were like, it's not perfect, but yeah, it's not bad. And yeah. Well, one started earlier, Brown, but so far nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. I'm hearing nothing. Oh, I'm still above ground, Brian. No, I don't have any way to watch any football or anything else. I can't get into it. I've got enough going on now. Oh, when I was living in Ohio, when I was growing up, I'd watch the Steelers and the Browns. And I lived in Ohio, and I was rooting for the Steelers. Yeah, there's a lot of good food out there that people just won't eat. But I'm seriously wondering, could it be because the liver takes in all the toxic stuff? So if all those hormones are in the liver and gizzards, we could be doing ourselves some serious damage. But if you have one that's homegrown, it's different, you know. Exactly. I mean, I lived there, and I had to root for somebody else because I just couldn't. The Browns were doing nothing. But I loved the Steelers. That's when I was back in high school. Yes, Ramona, that's what we used to do. Well, I never. Yeah, they are, Bob. I never did either, and then when I started making it, because when I started doing all this natural stuff 30 some odd years ago, um, I made it anyway, and I started making it, trying it different ways. As long as you can. Claire, just, leave them in there as long as you can. It's just like taking a child with asthma and putting them into, not asthma, a child that has an upper respiratory infection and putting them in the steam room. As long as they can handle it, leave them in there. But I already said this. I told my husband, if we could find somebody that had the cows that didn't have to have that first shot that had all those hormones in it, I'd buy a cow and put it in my backyard. Oh, that'd be nice, Ramona. Brian. Me too, sissy. Me too. From who, Brian? Who'd you get autographs from? Yeah, my husband made chili last night. Even it's hotter than Hades in here, he still made chili last night. Oh yeah, that's right. Another good thing. You're bringing up some really good points to Ramona tonight. Thank you very much for your input. Guys, you need to check out that air fryer. She's absolutely correct. I can make good zucchini bread. I'll bring some in September. Just gotta remind me, Claire. Yeah, I have a pressure cooker and an infuser. I love that thing. Absolutely love that thing. Very good. Congratulations, Brian. Oh, hey guys, that's something else too. I got audio, and I think I'm able to upload the audio. So tomorrow, I'm going to go ahead and try to put it up on YouTube. I'm just trying to figure out how I put pictures behind it because I don't want it to be a blank screen. So anyways, but I'm pretty sure that I can convert it because now there was an upgrade, and now I can convert it into different, files, different types of files. And YouTube won't let me upload that file, but I can go someplace else and add it to it and then upload it. So I can't wait because you guys are going to hear a tree knock. You're going to hear them knock on my window. They go like this. Right on my window, you hear that because remember, it's up here in the window. And you hear a stick break. You can hear talking. It was awesome. So I got that on that night that I told you I was going to do the audio recorder. So I'll upload that as soon as I figure out how. And then tonight, not tonight, but probably tomorrow night or whatever, if I don't go live, I'll put it out again. I keep telling you, my email, it's ddjs2000@cox.net. Thank you, Ramona. I want to get one of those air fryers, I think our family would do really well on the air fryers because they love everything fried. And I make fried chicken or pork chops. What is that? Woo! Hear that? Did you guys hear that? Again, it's across the street. Are you guys gonna come play? Hello? That tree snap that you guys are gonna hear is a crack. I mean, not like a great big huge one, but probably maybe one that's, I don't know, maybe 3 inches around. Don't put too much in, Claire. Just a couple drops, hon. You can always go overboard, so be careful. I want a koala. Where's my koala, Matt? Kevin messaged me today, but he never answered when I asked him a question, so I don't know. But he's alive and well. Chev, have you talked to him lately? What's Martha passing out? That's awesome to hear, Brian. Exactly. Exactly, sissy. That's what I'm saying. You want a baby booger and Rick won't give it to you? And I've been asking for a koala and Matt won't give me one. Yeah, we're out of cream. We're out of everything. I can't make any coffee. Okay. Hello? Huh? Oh, I'm hurting bad. No. I don't know. I've tried everything and nothing's working. Everything hurts.
Coffee?
Is there any cream? Did you buy cream?
Yeah.
Yeah, my coffee cup's right there.
With a hot cup of coffee?
Please, I'll take one. Either that or turmeric milk. Is there any milk?
Yes.
I'd rather have turmeric milk.
All right.
Thank you very much, baby. Yeah, but they'd be different around me. No, Claire. Oatmeal. And I know you don't like oatmeal, right? And why on earth, young lady, is your cholesterol so high? Not that cholesterol is going to kill you, because it's not, but hello, why is it so high? Yeah, me too, Brian. Yeah, Booger's mean to Sissy. She's supposed to... Tim. That's so cute. No, well, nobody in their right mind should own a chimpanzee. I mean, that's incredibly crazy, but... Yeah, seriously, all you gotta do is put yourself on an oatmeal binge, and you'll drop that so many points your doctor will have a stroke. I'm serious, Claire. If you went on an oatmeal binge, you could go to your doctor in 10 days, just eat nothing but oatmeal and drink water, and you go to your doctor and he will say, "What the heck did you do?" My husband's cholesterol was up in the 700s, and his triglycerides were 1500. And in 10 days, he dropped it to under. And they were like, "What?" And even the doctors came in and said, "What'd you do? How'd you do that?" I'm as God is my witness. Oatmeal, just oatmeal from the store. I'm telling you, if you go back, I mean, my husband hated me and he hates oatmeal. He used to love oatmeal, but I'm sure he hates oatmeal right now. You should ask him. But I made him 10 days with nothing else but oatmeal. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and nothing but water in between. And as God is my witness, he walked in there, had the blood work done, and even the doctors came in. They said, "How the heck did you do that?" I said, "Not with the poison you're passing out." I said, "Oatmeal." And they were like, "What?" And I said, "Yeah, oatmeal." Oatmeal will drop your cholesterol so fast, their head will spin. Yes, I know, Claire, but you want it down or you want to take the pills? And guys, like I said earlier, you guys keep asking me about all these diets and stuff. Please do yourself a favor. Get a little bit from all of them and make up your own. Do you remember when they used to do all the food groups? You know, they did all the food groups and they had you in that. The food groups have changed. The portion sizes have changed. So don't go with one diet. Do yourself a favor and don't go with one diet. Take a little bit of everything they say is good for you, mix it together, make your own, and use that and watch how things change, especially you guys that are overweight. You eat too many fast foods, drink too much soda, you eat too many snacks, you eat too late at night, and then when the doctor says you got to do this, and you got to do this, and you got to do this, you're like, I can't, I got to have this, I got to have... No, guys. Then you get sick, and you don't have any energy, and you can't sleep, and, you know, guys, it's easy to turn that around. It is really easy. Just make up your mind you want it done for you and nobody else. And when you do, it's easier. Just change the lifestyle. And if you can't go for a walk outside because you're in too much pain, then walk around your house for a few minutes instead of sitting in front of the TV set. Turn the TV off, put headphones on, and walk around your living room. I mean, find a way. And if you're in a lot of pain when you move, you know for a fact I'm not going to sit here and say, well, get up off your butt. You know, it's up to you. You have to figure out a way that you want to live. I don't care, AKA. You got to figure out how you want to live. And you know what? I tell this all the time to people. There are worse things than death. So you can sit there and say, oh, I don't care if I die. I'm not afraid of death. No big deal. Well, and sure, you're not. But when you get sick, you don't like being sick. And you're used to being sick, so it's no big deal until you go to the hospital and they start doing all these tests and you're like, I don't want to be here anymore. You know?
We'll put your chocolates in that ice chest.
Thank you very much, honey. All I can tell you guys is this. You have to make up your mind. All right? And guys, don't just say, Sissy, I agree with you, but you know what? Guys can do it too. Are you kidding me? I bet you there's guys out there when music comes on, their feet are tapping. Their feet are tapping. Well, get up and dance. Just move yourself around. I don't care if you just stand up and shake your booty. Who cares? Get up. Do something. Change what you're doing because what you're doing isn't working. Oh, gosh. No, not Heine, aka honey. You're so bad. Try to get local honey if you can. If not, the best honey out there is Manuka honey. And yes, for whoever said that, my husband is awesome. Yeah, and what's sad about that, Jamie? $60,000 later, you realize you should have lived a healthy lifestyle. What people don't realize is it doesn't even take very long to change it. Very small things at a time. Yeah, well, think about it. Your local bees pollinating from your local area, so local honey, you'd be getting small amounts, which is, naturopathic is like, like cures like. Hold on, I'm going to go yell at my child. Hold on. Well, Blue, I don't know what shots you're taking and your pills, but I would like to get some of you guys down off of some of the medications that you're on. I promise you guys, it's really not hard to kind of switch over because you just do it slowly. Here's a kicker. Before I got sick, and this is also the gospel truth. When I'd go into a new place and apply for a job, they would ask me how old I was, and I would tell them, and they'd give me this look, and I said, why? And I'm telling you the truth, people thought I was in my 40s. But this past 6 months, I feel like I've aged 50 years. I mean, losing the weight really did a number on me. So, man, I'll tell you what, I don't mind being 60, 63. I don't mind at all. I'll be 63 here pretty soon. But, and I don't care about the wrinkles from being a grandma because I have grandma wrinkles, and I love my grandma wrinkles. But the weight thing is just horrific. It's just, I can't even look in the mirror anymore. It just makes me mad. Yeah, don't listen to the doctors when they tell you to get off of something right away. And they'll tell you it only takes a couple of days. They're full of crap. That stuff stays in your liver, okay? And it does stay in your liver. And I don't know why. I don't know why they did that. I got sick, Brandon. Whatever this is with my stomach. I can't eat pastas, and I can't eat hardly any meats, Tater. I can't eat bread. I can't eat potatoes. I can't eat crackers, cookies. I can't eat noodles. I can't eat corn. A whole bunch of stuff I can't eat. Alright guys, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna whistle just for the heck of it. I haven't heard much, but I'm gonna go ahead and whistle. Yeah, that didn't work either. I ended up giving it to my daughter-in-law. She loves it, but nope, made me sicker than a dog. Nope, I don't have any gluten allergies. We tried all that too. I have gastroparesis, is what the doctor says, Tater. Thank you, Shane. No, not anymore. Not anymore. Gastroparesis just means your stomach doesn't work. And I got mine from my H. pylori. Yeah, well, I live with stomach aches 24/7. But like I said, I don't care about getting older. I just don't like what's going on. No, there's a bacteria that doesn't belong there, Tater, and that's called H. pylori. No, coffee is the only thing. Coffee and turmeric milk are the only thing that slow it. How did I get it? Apparently, I've had it since I was a child, and all the other people in my family. That's what my sister passed away with. That's what she died from. Her H. pylori gave her gastric cancer, and she died. It's horrific. I mean, it's absolutely horrific. I have broken bones. I have done all kinds of stuff. Nothing hurts like this. I'll have kidney stones or babies before I'd go. I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. That's my problem, Brown. I can turn. No, it's not genetic. We were all raised in the Ohio Valley region, and my mom got histoplasmosis, but everybody else, including my mom, she had H. pylori, but we had it for so long, we never had any symptoms of it. No, well, that's what I've been trying, Tater. I got to the point I did everything natural that I knew of, and then I got to the point where I was so bad I was going to the emergency room all the time because I couldn't take the pain anymore. I mean, it was debilitating. I didn't lose my job, but I couldn't go back to work. And then I decided I would take everything the doctor ordered, everything. So I went through 3 or 4 rounds of the antibiotics with the proton pump inhibitors, everything they told me to do, everything. No coffee, the whole diet thing, and I still had it. And he said that I have got the worst case of H. pylori he's ever seen. So then I went to a gastroenterologist, and he told me his comment to me was, well, you better find a way of getting rid of the H. pylori because the next step is gastric cancer. So basically they've blown me off. Happy birthday, Jules. Happy birthday, Martha. What are you talking about? Today's not you guys' birthdays. What? Jules, when's your birthday? Okay, I knew yours was not today. Because they don't see, Tater, this is what I was saying earlier. They're blowing people off that seriously need help because they don't have the answers. They don't have the answers. Okay? So they don't know what else to do. I know, Trayvon. Everybody, that happens to everybody. Don't worry about it. If you fall asleep, you fall asleep. That's fine. We don't care. Do we, guys? If it puts you to sleep, with the exception of my big mouth, if it puts you to sleep, then let you sleep. Yeah, the war in your head, maybe, Matt. Silly. When the doctors have gotten to the point where they have no idea where to go next, they just ignore you. Okay, Trayvon, thank you very much, hon. God bless you. And we'll be praying for you. You'll be in our prayers tonight if you don't mind. Well, yeah, I was waiting until everybody acknowledged the fact that I was going to whistle. Thanks, Tina. Everybody else just jaw-jacking, so if I whistle, they all scream at me, so I have to wait until everybody says go. Neither one, Michael. I mean a vagal test? VA? Oh, here comes Dusty, so forget the whistle. Dang it. I ask them not to do this, they do it all the time. They do a small... What? Ramona, say that again. And whatever you said, Tater, I totally missed because it went too fast. So you're going to have to repeat what you said. And what, when? Yeah, Claire, if you want your cholesterol to drop, nothing but oatmeal. Oatmeal and water. Consider yourself put in timeout in prison and all you get is oatmeal. And you'll come back healthier going, oh my goodness. A small bowel follow through and you eat a bagel? I have no idea, hon. Oh, there's plenty of them, Tater, but like slippery elm, mastic gum. There's a ton of them, but they just don't work. They'll work for a while, but then they stop. What I gotta try to do is I gotta try to get rid of the H. pylori first. Now there's something called Matula tea, which is like $300, of course. And they tell you the first one's only like $160 or something like that. And they tell you, oh, you'll cure your H. pylori in 30 days. And then at the bottom, when you go to order, they'll say, but buy a second one because sometimes you have to take more. Well, yeah. Well, you can put those fruits in your oatmeal. Tater. Oh. Who lives in a yurt? Oh, yeah. Of course, cat. I have no insurance, so I doubt that's going to happen. Listen to those crickets. No ugh, Claire. Aw, Tater. That's crazy, AKA. Yeah, I've had more tests done, and the last it was only the last EGD that they did on me, Ramona, that caused the GERD. I did not have GERD until they did the last EGD. I don't care about any diet, Claire. Like I said, if you want to lower your cholesterol, the best way to do it is just eat oatmeal. 7 to 10 days, faithfully, nothing else. Oatmeal, fruit, water, period. Nothing else. Nothing else. A lot of things can cause GERD, but mine was caused, like I said, from the EGD. But it's just acid reflux is what it is. And the point is, they tell you that most of it is too much acid, but they're wrong because most of it is from not enough acid. So when it gets a chance to blow up, it blows up. I totally understand what you're saying, Tater. Not the rest of your life, but if you want to get rid of your... She wants to lower her cholesterol because it's way too high. And I'm only saying for the next, 7 to 10 days, if she wants to drop it down to normal values, she can do it easily with just eating oatmeal and drinking water. I mean, literally drop it down to normal, where she'd put her doctors in shock. Yeah. You guys can do an acid test. There's a test that you can take. Oh, hold on. Let me get my paper and I'll explain to you guys. Let me explain to you guys how to do it, okay? So hold on a second. Okay, so here's my paper. Okay, so you guys ready for this? Well, I wouldn't take any statins, Patricia. I'd be off those immediately. Immediately. You can drop your... Ouch. You can drop your cholesterol easily. Much easily. But I can tell you guys how to do this. No, I didn't whistle. I'll do that. Well, my daughter-in-law just got home, so there's no point. But all right, all of you that think you have GERD or something too much, you want to find out if you have enough acid or too much or not enough, I'm going to show you how to do it right now, okay? Are you ready? All right, this is what you do. If you have a stomach ache like right now, then take a teaspoon of lemon juice. If your pain doesn't go away immediately, then you have to try something that's called betaine. First you take a tablespoon of lemon juice, okay, and if it makes your stomach ache go away, you have not enough stomach acid in your stomach, okay? But if you crave like citrus foods and stuff like that, you might not have. You might have what they call hypocaloric, which means you don't have enough. And doctors don't do that before they give you the medicine, right? They just give you the PPIs, which is a proton pump inhibitor, and that stops it. Well, if you don't have enough, guess what's going to happen to your stomach? You already don't have enough. It can't digest your food. Okay, you guys understand that? But if you turn around and you take the lemon juice, okay, and you got to be careful, because here's another issue that you have. If you have ulcers, you cannot take the betaine hydrochloric test. You cannot take it, because that will actually eat your stomach, so you can't. Okay, but if you can take betaine, and you take one betaine, like say you're going to have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Well, before you have your last bite of peanut butter and jelly sandwich, you take that betaine capsule. Okay, it's betaine, betaine. Anyways, before you take that last bite, you take that pill with it. Okay? If you get a lot of burning or real bad indigestion after you take that capsule, okay, then you have plenty of hydrochloric acid in your stomach, or you have an ulcer, okay? Most of your issues, most of your issues with GERD has to do with the hydrochloric acid. I'm just going to tell you guys that right now. You've got to do the test to find out whether you have too much or not enough, because if you do that and you find out that you don't have enough, do not take the PPIs, because all it's going to do is go directly to your kidneys and cause problems. Yeah, I got rid of my ulcers. I had 3 ulcers with my first EGD that I had taken, and they checked out my stomach. Well, that's another one of the citrus ones, Ramona. But they found 3 ulcers, and they kept trying to give me all this medicine for it, and I just ignored them, right? But I took cayenne pepper, and I drank cayenne pepper in warm milk, and I cured my own ulcers. I no longer have ulcers. In fact, they healed pretty quickly. Really bad on kidneys. Really bad. You can go into kidney failure with PPIs. And usually people that are on PPIs for a long time end up with kidney failure, and they don't know why. And that's why. No, proton pump inhibitor is for people that have stomach pains and have GERD, and it stops the acid in your stomach. Statins are for cholesterol. They're two separate things. So your proton pump inhibitor stops the acid from collecting in your stomach and doing its job, which means you're not going to digest your foods very well, especially, and then if you have, like I said, if you are hypocaloric, that means you don't have enough acid, and all it does is go right to your kidneys. Well, yeah, Tater, like I said, we need a phone call. We need to talk to each other. Well, you're rare, because they have now lawsuits all over the place, Ramona. Omeprazole here. Pantoprazole. Yeah, I told them they weren't putting my husband on statins. I said, not happening. I wouldn't even let them put my husband on the atrial fib medication, because he was going in atrial fib, but he was going in atrial fib because of all the aspartame he was getting from the drink, from the Diet Pepsis. Omeprazole, Z-O-L-E. Yours is Zine, Z-I-N-E, and ours is Zol. Omeprazole. Thank you, Martha. Yeah, I'm hoping, to all you guys, I asked you guys to call me tomorrow. I'm hoping that when I get off my live chat tonight that I can actually go to sleep. I need some sleep, and that way when I get up I can answer. I missed 3 phone calls day before yesterday from people that I told to call me because my phone didn't go up, but I was sound asleep. I mean, I'm going on 24 hours again. Uh-oh. Good night, cat. God bless you. Yeah, they are really, really, really bad for you. Statin drugs to lower your cholesterol, they don't even work. the doctor will be in his glory if you drop 2 points in a year, okay? Well, you can drop 300 points in 10 days with oatmeal. I mean, they're ridiculous. And say, now what? You know? Oh, good, Trina. Now, this turmeric milk that my husband made me is taking the pain out of my stomach. Me too, Shane. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there, guys. Like I said, really simple stuff to help you. I mean, and that actually works. But it's just hard to get people to be totally compliant. You know, they'll try it for 3 or 4 days and then come back in 2 weeks and say, "Did you try it?" "Yeah, but it didn't work." No, it didn't work because you didn't do it like you were supposed to. You went ahead and ate like normal and drank your normal stuff. You did not totally commit to the 7 to 10 days. Because if you would have, I've already proven that it worked. I mean, proven that it worked. And cholesterol is cholesterol. And my husband's, he is the most stubborn person on the planet. Hi, Catania. Stubborn person on the planet. And he did it because they scared him. Partake in the what? Yeah, yeah, it absolutely worked for him. I mean, like I said, totally shocked the doctors. Their methodology went right out the window and they were ticked. And then when I told the doctor, one doctor, because he was young, he was younger than I was, and his cholesterol was high. He goes, "I ain't doing that." Point blank, he said, "I'd rather take the pill because I ain't eating oatmeal." I laughed at him. I was like, "You're kidding me." He said, "I hate oatmeal. I'm not eating it." I read what he said, but what's ganja? What the heck is that? Yeah, Brandon, like I said, you need to be on CoQ10. You need to be on hawthorn berries. You need to be on pine bark, which is pycnogenol. Oh, CBD doesn't help me at all. Nope. Oh, well, I don't know what that stuff is, guys. Well, it does nothing for my sciatica, and it does absolutely nothing for my stomach. So, yeah, I've got to try something because there's a lot of people that have problems like mine that they said that the CBD oil helped them tremendously, and yet I haven't found one. I haven't found one that did. Not one. Sorry, but I didn't understand the lingo. Yeah, well, I gave the only one that says worked for my husband is, No, it doesn't help me at all, Tater. The only one that helped my husband was that one, the hemp balm. I got that for him, and he said that seemed to have helped him. Only it's expensive. You know, he said that one worked well on him. But I tried it 2 nights in a row and it did nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. Okay, Gator. Good night, hon. God bless. Hey, Belle. Welcome back. But you know what, guys? We can actually do that one of these nights if you want to do it. Once I upload that StreamYard, we'll get you guys on here and let's talk about what CBD oil and THC does. Good grief, Ramona. Well, yeah, that's what they say. You know, I wouldn't imagine it'd be anything different, you know, than anything else that you take. But, I mean, my husband was on it for 3 months and it did nothing. You know, finally I found this new one, and if it wasn't for the fact that we ran out of money, like we did, then I would have him on it. Which is, again, like I said, once I get Tony to get his PayPal, you know, we need to find a way of making sure that that man's got the THC stuff for his wife and CBD for him. Man, those two are suffering really bad. And it slays me that I'm not in a position to be able to help. Garlic, Brandon, it's up to you where you take it from. But I get the ones at Walmart, those little teeny tiny gel caps. And on a normal basis, I take like a little handful, like 6 of them at a time, twice a day. And if I'm sick, I'll take a handful, like 9, 10, 12 of them, 3 times a day, 4 times a day. And it kicks whatever is trying to get me out. I mean, gone. I don't get that kind of sick. And if I do, it'll last 1 day and it's gone. I love those little garlic gel caps because I don't smell like garlic and they work really well. Hold on, I'll go tell you. Okay, these little ones from Walmart are 1,000 milligrams for one little gel cap. So I'm taking probably about 6,000 milligrams twice a day. Excuse me. Oh, see, that turmeric milk is working like a charm. Yeah, Walmart usually has them on sale, so I get a 2-pack for like $6. And they're awesome. And also, guys, this is the time of year for flu. This is flu season, okay? Coming up here is flu season. Please do me a favor. Make sure. No, not too thin, Brandon. Just thin enough it's supposed to. I've never had any problems. But, listen to me, guys. Get your onions out. Okay? Get your onions out, slice them in half, and put them around your house. I promise you, they will attract and absorb bad bacteria. Garlic is an antibiotic, Patricia. No, I don't suggest you get your flu shot, ever. 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 Pneumonia shot, yes. Flu shot, absolutely not. By the time they come out with the flu shot, it's already 2 to 3 years old, the strain they're giving you. The new ones for this year, because I give the shots out at my job, Okay, the new ones this year are H1N1, H1N3. Okay, that was last year. Because they're giving you something that's you're gonna get sick. Number one, number two, you're gonna get the flu anyway because it's the wrong strain. That's what I'm saying, Tater. That's what I've been telling people for a long time. You don't understand how much onion works. Onion works. When I can, Brandon. With my issue, it's hard. You can make yourself up during cold and flu season and have it in your refrigerator. It'll last you a couple weeks per batch. But you take an onion, you chop it in tiny pieces, you put it in a pan, you fill it with water just to cover the onions until they're translucent. Cut up 5 cloves of garlic, put them in there, leave them simmer for about 10-15 minutes, strain it, and then put in enough honey to make it a thick syrup. Take it warm when you have a sore throat or when you start getting sick, and I promise you it'll go bye-bye. You just have to stay. You have to stay on it, and taking it warm actually helps. Exactly, Ramona, and I would know because it's my job to give the flu shots out where I work. And that's what I said. I hate being a nurse because I have to do stuff that I wouldn't do. I don't do it to my family. And they were trying to tell us that the kids couldn't go to school without their flu shots. And I said, bull crap. That's why I'd rather homeschool them. But the younger ones want to go to school. The older two are being homeschooled. It's ridiculous. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Because at school, if you miss too much school, even if you had the flu, say they got the flu shot, right? And they got sick anyway, and they had to stay home for 4 or 5 days. Yeah. What tea, Tater? Teachers go to school with the flu. Nurses go to work with the flu. They're afraid of losing their... Yeah, it's not tea. It's a cough syrup. Yeah, you can mix it with tea, actually, if you wanted to, but I'd mix it with something like chamomile at night before I went to bed, the kids. That helps, too. But people are afraid of losing their jobs when they call in sick, right? So they'll go into work sick, even if they have the flu, and then pass that flu on to the other people. And I don't get it either. I just don't get it. They tell you have to have it, and then when you get sick, you get penalized for it. Stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. When I was working full-time and a nurse came in and she said she was sick and she thought she had the flu, I'd say, get out of here. Get out of here. Go away. They don't even put... Hey, Cryptid, they don't even put masks on anymore, guys. Yep, that's the same thing I do, sissy. Bigfoot in Germany, blue is Bob. Isn't that crazy, Ramona? Yep, Bob, that's what they did when I worked, because I'd walk in and my boss would say, did you get the flu shot? And I'd just give her that look and she goes, okay. She goes, sign here. How you doing, Cryptid? Where's that new video you promised? Hi, Arena. How are you, hon? And anybody else that I had missed that snuck in here? Okay, one more time. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh, if it gets any hotter in here, I think I'm gonna melt. Does that mean I'm made out of sugar? If I melt, does that mean I'm made out of sugar? Good night, Matt. Bad Booger is Rick. You missed it. He was in here. Ow. You missed it though, Bob. Rick had said that he was going to do a fall gathering, but he wouldn't tell anybody when it was. And then he turned around and he said women weren't invited. I'd love to move to Oklahoma. Okay, which one was the latest cryptid? Because I watch all yours. Not in the morning, Brandon. I'm not usually, hopefully I won't be awake in the morning. Hopefully when I get done with here, I go to bed. So I get up usually between 10 and noon. When did you post that one, cryptid? Then I should have seen it. I didn't comment on it. That means I didn't see it. I better go check to make sure that I'm still scrubbed to you. Good grief. Yeah. Thimerosal in some of the vaccinations is thimerosal. But here's the difference, though, guys. We cannot afford here in the United States or any place else to not give our children the vaccinations that they need. But there are other vaccinations they are forcing on the children that they do not need. Plus, they're also giving them all at once, which is the wrong way to do it, because now you're mixing and you're enhancing those chemicals that cause damage. So spread it out over a longer period of time, give them less the vaccines, and bingo, you still have the vaccination and the protection against the disease, but you're not putting that child at that much risk. But they want it all done before they start school. Okay, and the babies now are getting the vaccinations as soon as they're born, which is 10 times, that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Do you know that a newborn child can get up to 10 vaccinations? This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Until that baby starts any kind of public interaction, you know, I believe that they should at that time have all their shots done, but not newborns. At 6 months, they've already been given, 10, 15 different vaccinations. They don't need to be doing it. That's what's causing the problems. And thimerosal is one of the main things that they put in these vaccinations that's causing problems in people. It causes defects. They give them to them too young, too much at one time. So when they tell me that my kids are due with their shots in X amount of time, I said, they don't have to have all these shots until this age, so we're going to break it up year by year. And they're like, okay. Exactly. And this is where the problems, this is where a lot of problems are stemming from with these kids that are getting sick at a young age, is because they're given this stuff, and that's why people are anti them. What they're doing is they're all against vaccines, but they're not telling you reasons why these vaccines are not working or having problems with the kids. Yeah, that's true, sissy. There's a lot of parents that aren't staying home. By the time their kids are a couple months on, they have to go back to work. So they'll leave their kids with a daycare center, and at that point, they got to have all their shots. So it's pretty bad, it's a catch-22, and it's pretty bad, but they've got to find another way of doing it. I've got a scar on my shoulder where they gave me, it was 6 different vaccines at once, and I got a big scar there. And my mom had 4. Her scar, she had 4. Mine, I had 6. So they changed it, and they keep changing it, and every year they keep changing it. They want, and I'm going to ask you guys that have young girls, please do not get them what's it called? It's a cancer vaccine for girls. Do not let them get it, please. I think it's from HPV. Do not let them get that shot, please. Yeah, well, they actually had to do a titer test on me to make sure, because because I've never had it. Through all my kids, grandkids, everybody else, I've never had any of the childhood diseases. So they had to do a test on me because they wanted me to get a booster shot, and I said no. Good night, Shane. God bless you, hon. Yeah, I would not let them give those girls those shots for nothing. That's what I've got. I've got that little bump. Don't feel guilty. Don't feel guilty, because you're just like most people out there, Arena, where they tell you this is the way it should be and this is how it's going to protect you. But you're just a guinea pig. You know, they're just guinea pigs, and now they're having a lot of problems with them. You know, so I'm just saying, any of these new stuff that comes out like that, guys, I wouldn't try it for nothing. I wouldn't take it for nothing. I'd flat out tell them no. Yeah, mine's a circle. It does have a little notch in the middle, and you can see the marks where the needles were around it. There were 6 of them. And my mom had 4. Yeah, see, nope. Thank you, Cryptid. Yes, go back to all your scrubs, guys, and make sure that you are still scrubbed to those channels. Otherwise, you're going to find out if you have been unscrubbed. Yeah, I don't remember, and I don't even care. All I know is that I remember my mom used to tell us, and I read about this a long time ago also, but my mom used to tell us that we were going to people's houses that had certain diseases, and we were having parties because they wanted all the kids. It was chickenpox parties and stuff like that. If one of the kids in the neighborhood had chickenpox, all the kids went to their house for a party so they would all get chickenpox, because then they wouldn't get it again. I do, however, suggest that you guys get pneumonia shots. I will tell you that. sorry, Chev. Yeah, it happens to a lot of us. I've never had anything. No chicken pox, no measles, no mumps, no nothing. I've never had anything. And all my kids and grandkids have all had them. My daughter had chicken pox twice too because she got the Hib vaccine. Yeah, make sure that you check all your scrubs, guys. Thank you again, Cryptid, because yeah, I keep going back and find out that they just uncheck me for some reason. What is that? Is that a bird? What is that? Is this a frog? What the heck is that noise? There's some funky noises going on here tonight. I don't know. It was too repetitive. So I was thinking bird or frog or something like that because it was just too repetitive. What the heck? Hello? lights just blacked out across the street, guys. Yep. Oh, I wish I had a camera. Ooh, Tater, you need to beat up that possum. Hear that? Yeah, I know. Lewis said he's going to send me his when he gets some money to send it and let me borrow it. I can borrow it for about a month and then I have to send it back to him. So I think that'll be fun. Where's my big boy, huh? Where are you? Come on, babies. Come on. Ooh. That's not fun, Tater. Here, I'm walking. Specific steps. I have no idea. You got your pork chop back. That was a pretty costly pork chop, Tater. Uh-oh. Alright, guys, hold on. I'll be right back. Yeah, he is kind of funny, isn't he? Gotta get my glasses. I'm sure it was. I don't know, I don't know cryptid. You gotta ask somebody that has an Android that can help you. I don't even know how to invert it on mine. Does anybody know how to invert screen on an Android? Oh, good grief, Bob. Hey, Bob. I just looked at the picture you sent me. Do you realize that thing looked like it was about ready to run at you? Good grief. That thing looked like it was about ready to charge. Yeah. It was poised and ready to go. That is just downright freaky. Do you see off to the left of it where it looks like a great big face? Oh my gosh. That's a really good picture, Bob. My stomach. That's freaky. Woo. Now imagine you hear, Bob. Yeah, doesn't it? Cool, cryptid. Okay, so Bob, imagine you here and you're in the area with Brown and one of those great big guys comes walking up and pats you on the head. Good night, sissy. Thanks for hanging out with us, hon. God bless ya. Love ya. Yeah. You know, I honestly waited sometimes for Boo to do that when I was sitting outside by myself at the RV. I honestly thought he was going to come up behind me and pump me on the head or throw something at my head or something. Yeah, I do too. I stand my ground too. Night, sissy. You notice how Rick always bugs out on my channel? He never stays. Excuse me, such a brat. He's gonna have to give me some kind of excuse like, oh, he's tired. I'm just teasing. You work so hard. Shut up, stomach. No, not that, Rick, the other one. Yeah, from other wild animals, but I don't think so much with them, Tater. I don't think it honestly triggers their predatory. I think what it does is it makes them laugh, like I said before, and they keep chasing you until you pee yourself or get away. The ones that are not aggressive. Yeah, he needs his beauty sleep. Oh, don't apologize, Cryptid. There's two. There's Wood Booger Farm, and there's who's Rick, and then there's Rick that's not Wood Booger Farm. He is YouTube famous. Absolutely. You know, if I don't pay any attention to them, oh, I definitely don't think they're ape. I don't think they're a mix either. I think they're their own species. You know, something right there by my truck. I agree. I believe, I don't think they're an evolution of man. I really don't. But then again, I don't believe we evolved from apes either. So I believe that they are a people, and I believe that they were created just like we were. There's too many things way back, even in biblical times, that describe similar. You know, I can't imagine that they are an ape, because, you know, I mean, I don't want to talk about their intelligence level because I don't know 100%, but I also don't want to talk about the lack of their intelligence level because I don't know. I know what they look like, and not all of them look alike, just like people, but I think they are a people, and I think they were created. Now, some of this other stuff, I think that man created them, or they're hybrids. But I think the Sasquatch are a people. And I definitely, if you think that we are come from apes, then I can understand that, you know. But I don't believe we come from apes. Yeah, and these Sasquatch are built different than humans too. You know, if you see what their knees can do, guys, and their hips could do, it would freak you out. You know, they can contort differently than I would ever think. I mean, I couldn't even imagine trying to imitate what they did on all fours. But I know a lot of people ask that, Tater. You know, they want to know what we think they are, and I think a lot of people agree. I think a lot of people agree that they would say, and it would make sense. They would say part ape, part human, because they believe that we come from apes, so it's not that far off the beaten path. Exactly, Bob. But if you think about it, they're set apart. They're neither man nor ape. They are their own created people. We just weren't aware of them. Okay? So that's how I believe. Not Neanderthal or Neanderthal, whichever they want to call it. Yeah, they do, Blue. Some of them. I've seen them, you know, they run sort of like an animal would, you know, but their arms go back further and their legs go out, kind of like, almost like an ape would do, some of them. But when they decide to get on and belly crawl, it looks like a spider. Because it doesn't look right, does it, Bob? It looks like it can't be done because they're too big. Do you understand what I mean? It doesn't look right. It just doesn't match. Well, heck yeah. Because the body doesn't fit the movement. You know, with any other animal, you can watch a cheetah, watch how it runs, see if it uses its front legs more than its back leg, or a gazelle, or anything else. But these things don't. They're not like that. They're they're freaky. They're just, it's backwards. It's like they turn their body upside down. You know, if you sat on the floor and put your arms and legs down and you spider crawled going backwards. Now imagine that being upside down. They are freaky. They are absolutely freaky. Well, yeah, I understand that, Tater, but they're also saying that some of these modifications that have been done by alien beings, you know, that's what I've been listening to lately, trying to read some of this other stuff. God created man, but something outside of God is doing the manipulations. And so this one guy I listened to that is a former, used to work in the government, that was telling his story about the experiments they did on humans with some of these other, what we call cryptids, and things changed. You got people with these weird color eyes, weird shaped faces. Yeah, it's all genetic manipulation, exactly. And so, and they're different than we are. They're absolutely different than we are. So I can't tell you that I know any of that for 100%. I just don't. But it's something worth, you know, looking into. I can't say that I agree with anything 100% because nobody knows for sure, except for the people that were there and watched it happen. You know, if you could pick their brains, it'd be different. But as far as the Sasquatch, bottom line, I believe they are their own people. I believe they are created being. And I think a lot of the stuff that happens at Skinwalker Ranch, Tracy, is man-made. I know a lot of it is really freaky, but I think a lot of it is manipulation. Yeah, he also says the Bible talks about bodies terrestrial and bodies celestial. You know, he talks about the differences between the spirit world and the regular world. Well, how do we know if we haven't even tapped into a quarter of what the spirit world actually is? You know, I mean, people talk about frequencies and about this and about that and about that. Our brains are finally opening up, but why are our brains finally opening up? If you look at it that way, what did the Bible say was going to happen in end times? Old mans are going to have visions, and young men are going to dream dreams. This stuff is going to be enlightening. There's going to be an enlightenment. That enlightenment, I believe, is what's happening. We are now given the difference between what we couldn't handle. Even Jesus said back in the beginning, he said, I have to give you parables because you're not able to handle the truth. You can't handle what I have to give you because you're not there. You're not open-minded enough. Right? There's no way I can explain the difference in worlds, right? I mean, if you look at biblically, and that's not taking anything out of context, that's me putting my opinion at that point and reading the Bible and saying, well, then now that makes a little bit more sense, because what happened to me as a child, he says, when I was a child, I played with toys, you know, but I become a man, I put away childhood things, right? Well, yeah, as a kid, your brain is closed up to a degree. Everything around you is everything around you. When you get older, you know, you start to see things as they are. Some do, some don't. When you get really old and now you're bored and don't have so much other stuff going on, now your brain starts to go into things that you've watched over the years saying, wait a minute, I remember this back then. They said this was happening, and now we're having movies like this? Wait a minute. And now you're starting to question stuff that you believed in for so long. This is a normal tread. To me, this is a normal tread. This is exactly what I believed was supposed to happen. Yeah, the book Enoch, exactly. I would go to Skinwalker Ranch. I'd go to any of those places. You know, that stuff doesn't bother me. I have a need to know. Like I said before, I'm drawn, and why am I so drawn to Brown Springs? There's got to be a reason. You know, and I don't know if it has anything to do with Sasquatch at all, but I am drawn to that place. Since I first heard the word, I really need to get down there. And one of these days, God willing, I will. On my bucket list, I guess. Woo! Did you guys hear that? I don't see nothing. What are you talking about? There's text on a blurry screen? That's freaky. Yeah, I don't know the gentleman's name on YouTube that I watched, but that very well could have been him. I can't see what you guys see at all. Mine's never blurry. Oh, I don't. Mine is perfectly clear. You can ask away, Quinn. I do not agree, never have, with organized religion. Even the Bible talks against it. One of the last things the Lord says in Revelations is against all the organized religions. That's what the book of Revelations is about. Yep. It's close, isn't it, too? See, now that noise is what makes me crazy. Hear the talking? Those are the noises that I wonder about, Bob, because I don't know what they are. And Tater, I'm not anything, you know. I don't go to church. I spend a lot of time in prayer. I spend a lot of time talking to him. I believe the Bible. I believe there's a lot about the Bible we don't know, we don't understand. He said someday we would. But I do take it when I get discernment on certain things, I do take that as he's telling me. You know, that's a personal thing because he said the Bible's not for private interpretation. So you have to be with other people that are like-minded so you can understand it better, or to promote it. You know, not so much like going out and preaching it, but making sure you walk that walk because you learned it. But I'm not into the whole religion thing. I have faith, and I believe in my faith, but I am not and far from religious. I know people have tried it many times in here where they come in and they say they're this or they're this or they're this or this because they want me a response. I can't give them a response. It's not my place to judge. You know, I'll accept you for who you are. If you can't handle the conversation, then you're the one that's going to leave. I'm not, you know. I went through the anxiety stuff too, but like I said, once you realize that anxiety is not real, you can overcome it easy. You don't have to have anxiety attacks anymore. Once you realize they're actually not real, and I'm not downgrading or downsizing anything about the anxiety for you. What I'm saying is, once you find out that they are, because they're not real, nothing will happen. But it's hard to describe somebody that's going through it at the time. I learned the hard way, and when I found out that it was exactly what this guy said it was, I have never had one since. You know, now you can feel anxiety but not have an anxiety attack. You'll know it's anxiety, or you know that, you know, you're down about something, you know, and that's fine. But boy, I'll tell you what, when you realize that anxiety attack is not actually, they named it and they shouldn't have named it, they're gone. Amen to that, Martha. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And that's what I say when I'm here at night and we say our prayers. You know, the three chord, or the 3-strand cord. And the Lord says that where 2 or more gathered, there I am in the midst of them, asking anything in my name. If it be thy will, I will do it. So I believe 100%. And I've been healed more than once. So no matter what anything else says, and I know there's no way I was healed instantly like that because I wasn't taking any medication for it. And it wasn't just a matter of my mind over matter. I was totally against, not totally against, but I didn't believe what was happening. So when I got healed, it freaked me out. But it was a healing, an actual healing, and I can't, even when I want to, I can't deny him. When I want to get mad at him for something that's going on, I can't deny him. You don't still have diverticulitis, do you, Cryptid? I'd like to know why they're snapping trees. Last 2 times they snapped trees, we had a lot of activity. That happened too the night that I went to that church and was healed, Martha. There was a lady up there and everybody was screaming and hollering and saying, look at her leg move. Leave that door open for a while, will you? It's hot in here.
Yeah.
If you're going to take a water out, baby, replace one. Don't let that cat in here.
No.
Well, they usually only do it, they'll snap a tree right here out in front, and then all of a sudden a bunch of them will come around. And when I get to post that audio of last night, when I get to post that audio, you guys are going to hear a tree snap right out here in my front yard. And then you can hear them playing around out here. Yeah, always replace a water when you take one. That way they'll stay cold. She loves it in here.
Yeah, she is.
Get out of here. Monkey.
Leave the door open?
Hmm?
Leave the door open?
Yeah, you can leave the door open. I have not seen any eye shine in a while. I think if I do have company tonight out here... No, I didn't even go looking, though. I never even go looking. Do you know that, Bob? I don't know. I need to go out and start checking some of this stuff out. Oh, cryptid, that makes me so angry. You know, you didn't even have to have that surgery. I could have stopped you from having that surgery. Anyways, like I was saying, if they are around here tonight, it's the one that, like, not Grandma, but it's the one that likes to come here and just hang around. Once in a while makes noise, once in a while walks around so you can hear the footsteps, once in a while tosses things. Lizzie was at the window the other day when they tossed a whole handful of pebbles at the window, and she goes, "Grandma!" You know, I don't know why they do that, but they do. But super quiet. Now, why is that? Why do they come here, make themselves known, and then stay quiet? This is DTV. Welcome to DTV. Oh my, how silly. Yeah, I get seriously upset when I hear people have gallbladder surgery and, you know, colon surgery for something like diverticulitis. Yeah, Quinn, the issue is, you know, people will deny God until they need him. And when they need him, if he doesn't answer, then they don't believe. And then on their deathbeds, they ask for him. You know, the problem is there's a lot of people that just don't want to believe in something that they haven't seen that they have to answer to. They'd much rather close their eyes and live life the way they want to, and then at the end of their life ask for forgiveness if there is a God. It's just when he says that we have free will, I don't think people really understand the depth of free will, because it takes age before you realize that the things that you thought were really important really aren't. And then it takes death for you to realize that there's things that you thought were important that really weren't. So at that point, I believe that's what the Lord meant by an age of reasoning. I don't think it was a school year. You know, I don't think it was a certain age, like, you know, that when they're 8 years old they can reason. I don't think that's what it is. I think when they finally realize, and people hit that age at certain ages, everybody's different, but I believe that the age of reasoning is when they realize the difference between the world that they thought they were in compared to the world they now have been opened up to. And whatever that age is, that becomes the age of reasoning, and now you have a choice. So a lot of these religions that say that if children die they go to hell, I think they're off their rockers, because Jesus made a point of telling you not to mess with the kids, you know, to leave the children alone. children don't have any idea, and that they're not accountable. And yet there's a lot of religion that'll tell you that they are, and they're wrong. And the reason, and I don't like ever saying somebody's wrong, but, hi Meladoma, welcome back. But if you think about it, what we do is we want the Bible to fit to our needs.
Lizzie!
We want the Bible to fit to our needs. And so we accept it only if it makes sense to us or if it fits what we want it to fit. Otherwise, we ignore the rest because we can easily say, well, that doesn't fit my issue, so I'm not going to pay any attention. That's all part of that free will stuff. So, when God hits you and starts talking to you, it is really hard to be in this world. Really hard.
Lizzie! Close the door or something.
That's gonna freak out if the door's closed.
We're going to close mine. I'll burn up and he can be cool. Close my
I'm
door.
not doing that.
Close my door, please. Because I don't want her in here.
I'll just wake up all the baby kittens and...
No, just... Thank you. Well, that was my point, Tater. You can say a kid at 10 years old knows the difference between right and wrong, but I don't think that's what a Bible's talking about. Well, I can teach you how to do a really good cleanse. I don't know. There's a lot of children that, a certain age that can tell you their past lives, if reincarnation is real. Because remember, the Bible says it's appointed once man to die. Good night, Cryptid. God bless you, hon. Talk to you later. And I'll watch your video. How do you explain, some of these kids talking about this stuff? How do you explain some of the stuff that happens? It's hard to. Hey, Lynn. So, like I said, the best thing you can possibly do is ask him to teach you. Your relationship with the Lord is exactly what it is. It's a relationship. It's a personal relationship between you and him. Okay, so nothing else matters. All this religion and all this other stuff doesn't matter. This is a personal relationship between you and him. So you have answers. You ask him to reveal those answers to you, and believe me, he guides you to the right direction. And sometimes it's right in front of our face. We just don't understand it. Yeah, there's people in other countries that'll never, ever, 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 ever hear of stuff. How do you expect them to understand? I mean, how are they supposed to know? Yeah, there's just, that's a subject we can get into, that makes me crazy. That's what I'm talking about, Tater, as far as the age of reasoning. Let me ask you guys a question. How many of you guys in here, if you had the choice, not to know what you know now, but just had a choice to go back to 15 years old, how many would do it? Not be any different than you are right now. No changes. Right now, go back to 15 years old. Whatever was happening back then, just go back to 15 years old. Period. Do you want to know why you wouldn't go back? Because you'd make exactly the same mistakes. You would do everything that you did just like you did it. Unless the Lord showed you everything in your life and then sent you back, nobody would want to do it again because you'd make the same mistakes. We can all say, well, if I knew then what I knew now, yeah, I'd go back to 15 because I'd change things. Well, yeah, you'd also invest in Microsoft. No, If you could go back to 15 years old, not knowing anything else, would you go back? Point is, most of us would not. It was too hard of a life. And those ages between I'd say somewhere nowadays, between 11 and 12 years old till about 40 is HE double hockey stick. I mean, it is the hardest and the worst because everything is total chaos turmoil. Why would you want to do that again? But because of our age, that's why everybody's saying no. Now, if you were 16 and I said, how would you like to go back to 15? They said, no, I can't wait till I'm 21. You'd still have the same sighting, everything would still happen. If you didn't know what you knew now and just went back, the same thing would happen. It would do you no good to go back. Yep, that's right. You're going to do what you're going to do until the age of reasoning, until you figured out that what we thought we were doing could have been done differently. Now, here's another question. Can anybody in here tell me that you think that you have done a pretty good job growing up and making choices? That you have not made any major mistakes? Yeah, I know why you're laughing, Bob. Okay, the point is, guys, we are put here for a specific amount of time to do something specific, and none of us can actually say we have figured it out. And when we have, we go home. We don't even know if we've made that. We don't even know what we did. And it's time to go home. I don't care if you're 5 or 50 or 102. I think people are taking this way off course. I think they're going way too crazy with it. I think people spend way too much time in their own heads and way too much time in the past thinking about the things they could have changed or should have, would have, could have done. Forget it, guys. It's done. It's over with. Tomorrow. Today, do the best you can do with what you have and let tomorrow happen, if you have it tomorrow. Life is too short. You're going to put yourself in depression, you're going to put yourself in anxiety, you're going to put yourself in the I wish I would have and regret and all this other stuff that just weighs you down. It's very hard to talk to the Lord with your brain in your mouth engaged. Okay? And you spend so much time in your head and talking, you can't hear him anyway. Calm, chill, understand that you are not in control. You have a purpose here. You do what you believe you're supposed to be doing. You love the people that he gave you. You do the best with your surroundings. Learn to be content in whatever state you're in, and that's not geographical. And give your life to the Lord. Exactly, Bob, and it's not going to change in 10 years. You're still going to find things that you made mistakes on today and tomorrow and the next day. We are missing the point. The point is we have a job to do. You can either make the world a better place in your little world or not. Succumb to what's around you. And I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not telling you guys it's a piece of cake. I'm telling you, it's just, if you realize it, that's where the revelation comes in. When that revelation kicks in as to your longevity or your past or whatever, and you realize that you actually, because a lot of people, and let me ask you this question, last question, and I want you guys to be honest, not funny, not joking around. This is not funny. This is a serious question. You listening to me? How many people here think that you are worth your weight on this earth? No joking, Bob. Serious. Guys, not one person in here has argued when I asked if I could pray. Not one person in here didn't say amen when I was finished with the prayer. That means you guys believe, right? Then you're telling me that Christ died for no reason. Do you understand that? Then Christ died and was crucified for no reason if you're worth nothing. I wish you could picture that. The day he died, that he told you and pointed to you, he died for you. No, because who are you praying for, Cryptid? Quinn, who are you praying for? You're not being disrespectful. What I'm trying to say, guys, is this. He would not have had to go through that if he weren't worth it. So I'm not saying walk around with your head up and saying, hey, I'm worth it. You guys are going to live your normal lives. But bottom line, when you go to bed at night, just thank him that he loved you so much to die for you. Use that when you look at somebody that's ticking you off the next day. Understand, he made them too. If we can get even a quarter of that in our brains, all this other stuff is going to start making sense, guys. A lot of things will fall into place if you could just get that rooted and grounded in your spirit. Everyone's life, thank you, is valuable. Now, I'm not asking you guys what you think of yourself anymore. I'm going to ask you what you think God thinks of you. Because everybody's going to turn around and say, you're not worth it, you're not worth it. But if you weren't worth it, we wouldn't be continuing. This world would be gone. What is he hanging on to? We have a job. If you were asked and knew the same outcome was the same and you were chosen, you would go through what he did. As far as your prayers are concerned, if you're praying and you're asking the Lord to change something that's happening in your life, and he knows that you have to go through what you're going through to get to the end, because at the end there might be one person there that you have to meet for some reason, he's not going to change a thing. But that conversation between you and him is what he wants. That's what's important to him. And ultimately, the grand plan is, because God has changed things before. It's not like, well, I don't. It depends on what you're asking for, Quinn, is what I'm saying. I don't know. I can't answer that, Patricia. But let me finish with Quinn for a second. Let me just say this, Quinn. If I'm asking God to give this earth some time, give us 100 more years to turn the earth around, to help turn people back, to the Lord, make this a great nation again. And he knew it was not going to happen no matter what you did. No matter what you did, then it's not that he's not hearing you, but he'll give you peace about it, and you'll go about doing something else and not get that answer. But he knows that there's no way it's going to happen. If you ask for something to change in your life, something that's going on with you, you got to remember, this is his plan for our lives, not our plan. So unless he's talking to you, you're praying and you're reading your Bible, and he's talking to you and telling you a direction he wants you to go, and you start doing it and things start changing, for the better, or whatever the case may be, you know that you're on the right path. It's not hard to do. And there's a lot of things that I keep hoping and praying for. Hi Diana. Hoping and praying for. Okay? But I don't know if it's going to change. I don't know if it'll change in my lifetime. And all your prayers, Quinn, might not happen in your lifetime, but it might happen in the next generation. And you might not even live to see it happen. So prayers are never, ever unheard. I believe he said that he keeps track of every tear. And I believe it. Every single person that I've talked to that has died and gone to heaven or hell has said when they got to heaven, he showed them their entire lives. They cried like babies, because they forgot things, and they thought so horrible of themselves. And he would just turn around and hug them or tell them that he loved them. What are we missing? What are we missing? So to answer your question, I believe your prayers are very, very important. Very, very important. And whether you know it or not, he's hearing your prayers. You might not see it in your lifetime, but he hears your prayers. He knows exactly why you're praying. Now imagine you're not the only one, Quinn. Maybe you're praying that the world changes and people don't hate each other as much. Well, it's going to be that way in the end. Someday it will be that way. And all he's doing is hearing tens of thousands of people, millions of people that are praying the same type of prayer. You're not alone. So just bottom line, to answer your question, prayers are never unanswered. They're just sometimes not answered in the way or the time that we expect them to. So I would continue to pray. I pray through the worst storms in my life. And I'm here. Some of them I thought I'd never get through. I didn't think I would live the next day. Yes, we're missing something. That, to me, exactly, Quinn, is the age of reasoning. What are we missing? Sorry for my rant, guys. I hear thunder. I tell him thank you when things are bad and I'm crying my eyes out because things are so horrible. Like that night that I told you guys on here that my grandkids were hungry. But I was thanking him that we got a roof over our head. I was thanking him that my husband and I were still married and my kids were here. I was praising God for that kind of stuff. But yet, my grandkids were hungry. You know what I'm saying? No, you don't got to. Sorry, I'll take that back. I learned to praise him through everything, and it's not easy to do in the midst of it, but boy, I'll tell you what, it looks completely different when you're done. It looks completely different when you look back. And Patricia, as far as your question about Christianity, I don't really believe that any term, like I said, I don't judge anybody. I know there's a lot of people that say that they're Christian, but they go out and murder people in the name of Christ. You know, that can't be very Christian then, can it? So, I believe it's a relationship, like I said. I 100% believe it's a relationship. Lizzie? Please close my door. I can't keep you quiet. Please close my door. Well, there's a lot of... Thou shalt have... Thou shalt not worship any other god is the main thing, but what do we worship, guys? We worship money, we worship family, where your heart is, that's where your treasure lies. That's what he says. Where is your heart? Your heart is to your family and your friends and your job and what you can have and blah, blah, blah. You know, I mean, you gotta share some of that stuff. Go ahead, Shadow. Moderation, people, moderation. Give everything to the Lord and everything else is secondary. I hope that wasn't heat lightning, and I hope we're going to get rain. You out in the heat a lot, Shadow? Yeah, give me a minute. Tater. Have you gained any weight? Or if you press on your legs, do they dimple in? Do they stay, or do they pop right back out again? No, what I want you to do, Shadow, is I want you to press on your leg See if it stays in for a second or if it just pops right back out. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Tater. That's why I want him to check. That's why I want him to check his legs. Whoever said in the Reno area and then figured out later any ideas, I didn't see it. Yeah, it doesn't have to pit though, Martha, and that's what I'm waiting for. So I'm waiting for him to tell me whether it goes right back out or where it whitens. Because you can be retaining fluid, and that's why I wanted to know, because that's how it pops back out. Because if your salt content is high, Shadow, that's how you'll feel. You'll feel lethargic, which means tired. Everything feels like it's a little bigger than normal, and that just means that you're retaining too much. You've got too much salt. You're eating too much salt, and you need to back off your salt a little bit. Otherwise, you can end up with heart problems. Sister-in-law, Bob, S-I-L is sister-in-law. Tater, I think I know what you were talking about as far as that was concerned. It was a commandment, but in Exodus it says, remember, well, you shall not make yourself an image in the form of anything heaven, anything in heaven or above or the earth or below or in the waters. You don't bow down to them because I'm your God, and I'm a jealous God. But that's in Exodus. And then there's also one of the 10 Commandments that talks about no graven image. So depending on which one that you're talking about, what you worship could be anything. Yeah, just back off the salt a little bit and find out what happens. Yeah, I understand that, but Shadow, you're still young enough, and you gotta understand, too much salt, too much of especially the wrong kind of salt, and then, yeah, I think it's Exodus 18, 19, 20, somewhere, it's in Exodus, it's somewhere in there. One of those. I'm sorry, I don't remember it all, but it's in there. But Shadow, I don't want you to end up with a heart condition, so I would back off the salt a little bit, yeah, you can use sea salt. I like Himalayan salt, it works better. And Shadow's not that young, he's old enough to where it's going to be okay, but I don't want you to work out with your weights until you find out about your salt a little bit. If you're retaining water, that's why everything feels like it's kind of swollen a little bit. Give yourself a couple of days with less sugar, okay? I would actually switch to the Himalayan salt if you want to try a better one. Himalayan salt would be the best, but I really don't want you to work out yet. I'd like you to just wait a couple days, because I don't know where you live. Is it hot and humid? Is there a lot of humidity? Because you'd be surprised, in this kind of weather, people do blow up and don't realize why they blow up. And they feel like their body feels weighted down. Yeah, and that's probably why. So just make sure you stay hydrated. Make sure you're peeing a lot. Yeah, make sure you're peeing a lot. If you're not, get that pH balanced water in you. No sodas, no beer, no alcohol. pH balanced water like Core or something like that. Oh, I would never suggest someone drinks 8 bottles of water a day, Patricia. It's ounces per your body. Everybody's different. They tell you that, Patricia, but they're not. Again, something else I argue with those people about. You don't. Not everybody should drink the same amount of water. Your body will tell you when there's enough. If you're not getting enough water, I just saw movement. Yeah, alcohol is the worst thing you can do in this kind of heat. It is horrible on your body. So get that water in you. Yeah, Patricia, it has a lot to do with medications you're on, with your weight, with the humidity, with, the food you eat. They are downright dumb in telling people that you have to drink X amount of water a day because they don't know your body. Your body tells you when you need more water. And if you're taking certain medications, drinking too much water is actually bad. And people have actually gotten sick off drinking too much water. Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. If you're listening to someone, they said, hey, you have to drink this much water a day. No, they're wrong. I'm sorry. I don't agree with them. I'll take back the wrong. I don't agree with them. I agree your body lets you know you're dehydrated. You can feel it on your skin. You can see it in your fingernails. You can tell when you go to the bathroom what color it is. If you are not peeing clear, you're not getting enough water. Your body has just gotten used to it, Rona, that's all. Yeah, believe it or not, your body tells you a lot of things, but anybody can do it right now. Just grab a little piece of your skin, not on your arm, but up around your clavicle, around your neck, the bone by your shoulder, but closer to your neck. Just grab it. If it stays there for any length of time, you are dehydrated. If it goes right back, then you're not, and you're drinking plenty of water. If you go to the bathroom, and when you go to the bathroom, it's clear, then you're drinking plenty of water. But if you grab that area up there and it sticks for any length of time, and you go to the bathroom, and it's yellow or orange, not from medication, or it smells, you are not getting enough water. Yeah, anybody that has any kind of UTIs, urinary tract infections, or stuff like that, I suggest they take cranberry. And not cranberry juice either. It's got too much sugar in it. Hey, Bob, did you send me that email yet? Or do I have to yell at you? I need to get busy. And I've hunted everywhere. I can't find any email addresses. Why do you get blood clots, Patricia? Yeah, don't drink the cranberry juice because the cranberry juice is it's got too much sugar in it. Unless you like really tart stuff. I can't handle the plain cranberry juice. It turns my stomach bad, so I take the pills. But if I can ask, why are you getting blood clots? Hyaluronic acid, Tony. Yeah, I'm talking to the wall because he's not going to listen to me anyway. Baxil, B-A-X-I-L. Your joints will love you. Arthritis, yeah. But you don't have to be in pain with arthritis, especially if you take Baxil, B-A-X-I-L. Antiphospholipid syndrome. Okay. Okay. All right, now I know what it is. Okay, so here's the... I had to look that one up because I remember... I know I can break down the word, but then I have to look it up sometimes. Okay, so here's what you should do, or what you could do, Patricia. Two things. One is called, these are all caps, N-A-C. The first one's called NAC. The second one is called pycnogenol. P-Y-C-N-O-G-E-N-O-L. Pycnogenol. Warfarin's very hard on your system, though. If you buy these two, Patricia, and start taking them, then I need you to take it for, when's the next time you're supposed to go in and get your blood work done? Because I know you go in and get them done all the time. Okay, so what I'd like you to do is, if you can, get them both, the pycnogenol and the NAC, and start taking them just like the bottle tells you. Then when you go in and get your blood work done, if they tell you that, things are changing, you can now tell them what you're on and they will readjust your warfarin. Do not stop taking your warfarin. But as it starts to change, you'll be able to back off the warfarin. Warfarin has pretty bad side effects. but the NAC and the pycnogenol should help. I also suggest that you take the garlic. You can buy garlic at Walmart. The ones that I like are the little teeny tiny gel caps. They're real teeny tiny. It says garlic on it. You don't smell like garlic when you take it, but that is a very powerful antibiotic, and I think that's something that you should be on. Anybody who's got autoimmune needs to be on the garlic. Coumadin, it's Coumadin, Tater. Yeah, look up the, all you gotta do is look up the side effects for warfarin. You know, but like I'm saying, don't get off of it. Keep taking your warfarin just like you're taking. But if you take the NAC and the pycnogenol and the garlic, you take those three and you go back and get your... Yeah, I know. Then you go back and get your blood work done, and then if it changes, then the doctor will lower it. But it's up to you. You can buy them on Amazon if you want, Patricia. I send everybody to Amazon because I know they carry all of them. But I seriously suggest you take the NAC, the pycnogenol, and the garlic. I take at least, 5 or 6 of the garlic twice a day, unless I'm sick. And when I'm sick, I up it. But, you can go ahead and take, 5 or 6 of them a day and divide them up if you want. It's fine. Oh, factor 5, that's great stuff. Jeez. But you will be really surprised at how you feel. You'll feel much better on it, Patricia. And then, just keep taking it. And then, because neither one of them should have any kind of side effects, I would take just make sure you take the pycnogenol, because it's pine bark. I'd make sure, because I don't know what kind of allergies you have, but I'd make sure I took the pycnogenol, because you won't have a problem with the NAC, but because people do have a tendency to have allergies towards certain things, take the pycnogenol when you have someone around you, and 15 to 20 minutes after you've taken it, if you haven't had a reaction, then you won't. Good night, Shadow. God bless you, hon. Yikes, Ramona. But guys, I know it's early. It's only 3:22, but we're at 4 hours and 45 minutes. I was trying very hard to stay at 4 hours. We've gone over. I've got a lot of emails to answer, so I want to go get that done. Tonight, like I said before, I'm going to ask you guys all to say a special prayer for Diana and her family. She's asked for prayer. I don't want to give out the information. Diana, if you'd like to give out the information, you're welcome to. But there's a lot of people that need our prayers tonight, big time. We're going to continue to pray for Patricia, for Kevin, for Chev, for Tommy. Gosh, there's so many. For Shane and his wife, Tony and his wife. There's a lot of people that need prayer, and I know that they have asked, but I don't feel that it's up to me to share with everybody what their prayers are. So if you want to tell anybody what you want prayers for, that's fine. You can also say unspoken prayer, and God knows what it is. So again, it was all okay. Got through it okay, Diana? Praise God. Praise God. Awesome, 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 awesome. Thank you. Okay, so anybody else that needs the prayers, just give us a thumbs up. And your daughter also, Tony, that's right. Okay. Yeah, I can tell that, Chev. So, just give a thumbs up if you want prayers, guys, and we will add you to the prayer list. I add everybody to the prayer list anyway, but just let's go ahead and give a thumbs up. I'll go ahead and say a prayer for everybody tonight before I go here online, and then you can go ahead and keep everybody else in your prayers. So let me say a quick prayer, if you guys don't mind. Father in heaven, you are my Lord, my God, the only one that I will serve. And I give you all the praise and the glory for everything that happens. Lord, I know you are the creator of life. I know that you do not design, it is not in your design for these diseases to happen, and that those are not things that you created. I know that that belongs to other sources, Father, but I'm going to ask you to bind those. I'm going to ask you, Lord, to help all these people that have raised their hand in prayer, that have asked you, Father, for either spiritual, emotional, physical, or financial problems that they have. Father, they've come to you in belief, in love, and in need and of support for the things that it weighs so much on their heart and on their minds. They have family members that are sick, or loved ones that are dying, or financial needs that are just overwhelming. And Father, I know that you can do this kind of stuff. All the stuff that we cannot do. You can put people in our paths to help. You can put jobs in our ways to change our finances. You can you do miracles, and I know you still do miracles. So I'm asking specific prayer for all those people that have raised their hands tonight, their thumbs up, and those that have asked for prayer. Keep them in your mind, Lord. Please bend your ear and hear our prayers. And we give you the praise and the glory and the honor for our Most High God. In Jesus' name, amen. Yes, Frank, Otis needs a prayer. You are on the list. Anyways, good night all. I love you very much. And I will see you on the next live. I got to get in there and get busy because I'm hoping I can sleep tonight. And if you would, please pray that I sleep tonight because I need a good night's sleep. I am running on batteries. And as you could tell by this chat, I have stumbled over my words 1,000 times. So I just need some sleep. And I'll see you guys on the next one. I love you and God bless. Be good to each other.